A spectacular day for baseball on the south side of Chicago at U.S. Cellular Field. We get you set for Game 2 of a 3-game series between the Sox, who are 11-6, and the Rangers, who are 10-7. Good afternoon, everybody. Jason Benetti, Steve Stone along with you, and you never know what you're going to see at the ballpark. For the first time ever last night in baseball history, a certain kind of triple play happened in front of us.
Jose Quintana was sailing right along. Then he hit the top of the 7th inning. He had a 5-run lead. Everything looked pretty good until he started to fall into some trouble. And that's when the bases got loaded. And Mitch Moreland stepped up, hit a line drive to Adam Eaton. Nice catch. Gets it to Abreu, who plays Dancing with the Stars with Ian Desmond. Eventually getting it, then realizing there's a play at the plate. Well, there's Prince Fielder. He was coming toward the plate before going to Saladino, who then turns, runs him down toward home, and the final tag put on by none other than Todd Frazier. The routine 9-3-2-6-2-5 triple play never had been done in the history of this grand game of ours, but if you come to the ballpark enough, you're going to see things like that.
Today, good pitching matchup. It is Carlos Rodon for the Sox, and he will face off against another certified Sox killer, Colby Lewis.
Colby Lewis, over the course of his career, has thrown the ball very well against our Sox, and he's not an overpowering pitcher. He's a 4-pitch pitcher, but the fastball is good enough. The slider can be very good. And Lewis is around the plate with just about everything. Here he shaves off the inside corner, and Abreu goes down on strikes. So take a look at Colby Lewis against our Sox lifetime. 7-3 is ERA, respectable 3.89. Last 6 times we've seen him, done absolutely nothing with him. 6-0, 1.22 ERA, spectacular. But the last 3 times, and that's here, 3-0 with a 0.35 ERA. So Lewis is a good one.
Well, the Sox did put up some good offense yesterday in that series opening victory with 5 runs. We'll see what they stake Carlos Rodon to today in Game 2 of this 3-game set against the AL West leaders, and a tie with Oakland. The Rangers are. First pitch coming up soon. Chicago White Sox baseball is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers. It's Miller time. Honda. Start something special with a great deal on a Honda now at your Honda dealer. Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Ford, America's best-selling brand 6 years running, inviting you to check out our fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers. Test drive their all-star lineup today. Visit buyhyundai.com. Fans filing in here at U.S. Cellular Field for Game 2 of 3 between the Sox and the Rangers. Game 6 of a 7-game homestand. Jason Benetti, Steve Stone, and early in this homestand, Carlos Rodon, in fact, in the first game of the homestand against the Angels, didn't make it out of the first inning. Just a third of an inning in a 7-0 win for Los Angeles. So how does he bounce back, Steve?
I think it's very simple. Well, it sounds simple. It really isn't, because Rodon threw his first bad game of the year, and Don Cooper had a session with him the next day. And what he talked to him about was finishing off his pitches, meaning that he was almost standing straight up when the ball was on the way to home plate. Consequently, you can't get near as much into the pitch, and you lose direction. You can't throw it for strikes, and that's what we saw last time out. I'm expecting him to come out and throw like he has last year, the beginning of this year. He had 2 great ball games before that disaster where he lasted just a third of an inning. For him, this is a redeemer. He's going out there with a whole lot of adrenaline. He's got some incentive. He wants to beat this ball club, take the first 2 games of the series, and with the help of Don Cooper, who has helped so many before him, I'm pretty sure that Carlos is going to come out today and throw very well.
He's part of a staff that has the 3rd best ERA in Major League Baseball, the best in the American League. First pitch from Carlos, just around the corner. Is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. We've gone from winter to autumn to spring to summer. The sun's out. We're kind of in between today. We'll get you a game time temperature unless it changes in the next 30 seconds. Starting lineup for the Rangers, who came into this series 5th best in baseball with 77 runs. They're stuck there. DeShields, Mazzara, and Beltre. Then fielder Desmond and the left-hander Moreland involved in that triple play. Elvis Andrus, Rougned Odor, and Brian Holiday for his 2nd straight start. Behind the plate, the Sox defense lies with Steve Stone.
The defense, and how Robin is going to line that up today. Melky Cabrera, Austin Jackson, and Adam Eaton in the outfield with Todd Frazier. Jimmy Rollins, Brett Lowry, Jose Abreu in the infield. Alex Avila gets a nod behind the plate, and Carlos Rodon on the hill. There you look at numbers, 1 and 2 ERA up there. That's because of that 1/3 of an outing last time after 2 brilliant outings to start the season. He faced these guys enough to have a 1-0 record last year with an ERA of 2.25, so they don't know a whole lot about him. He is learning more about them, and he'll realize this is one of the better hitting teams in the league, and control will be paramount as we look at who's going to call the balls and strikes today. It's Chris Guccione behind the plate, David Rackley at first, the crew chief Larry Vanover at second, and Alfonso Marquez at third base. So on a beautiful day, we're ready to play baseball, and I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Jason Benetti.
Thank you, Steve Stone. Sox are looking for 2 in a row in this series to win the set against the Rangers out of the West, who are 10-7 in a tie with Oakland in the West Division. Sox are a half game back of Kansas City in the Central. Wheels up time is 1:11 today, and a game time temperature of 55 degrees. Better than last night.
Considerably.
Rodon, nice start. 0-2 for Delino DeShields, who was 0 for 3 yesterday with a walk and a strikeout. Just off the plate, 1-2 from Rodon. That was Carlos's shortest outing of his career by far, that third of an inning on Monday. The shortest outing prior to that was 3 innings in a start against the Yankees last year. And down goes DeShields, 1 away.
That's exactly what Don Cooper was talking about with Carlos Rodon. First of all, if you can get the fastball in the neighborhood, then you can wipe him out with a slider that's close to unhittable. Anywhere from 87 to 89 miles an hour, that's the put-away slider. He keeps it out of the dirt. Avila was able to catch it. And DeShields down on strikes. So a much better outing this time than the last.
1 away for Nomar Mazara, the left-handed 20-year-old who's slugging .514 so far this season with the Rangers.
And they're awfully happy with this young man.
Strike 1.
He was among the top prospects in their organization. In fact, they list him at number 3. Joey Gallo's the top prospect. Lewis Brinson is the second prospect. And then Mazara.
Rodon fills up the zone at 92. It's a ball and 2 strikes.
Give you an idea, Gallo 22, Brinson 21, Mazara just 20 years old.
Called up 13 days ago from Round Rock. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He had 20 games at Double-A last year. He was 29 for 81 there, the minor league player of the year for the Rangers. Two and 2. Outside, 3 balls and 2 strikes. I mentioned that last outing for Carlos. It wasn't extra base hits that caused him the trouble. It was a single, then a walk, and another walk, and 5 singles in a row upon his departure.
Well, it's very early in the game, and the first time we've taken a look at live pitching to Mazara. He, like a lot of other youngsters, going to have a hard time with that inside pitch, even though he's got a wide open stance.
3-2. There it is, inside, strike 3.
So many times when you have a wide open stance, you have to bring that front foot toward the plate. That locks you in and makes it almost impossible to hit the inside pitch. And he throws it right in under his hand. So it's 2 outs, 2 strikeouts, and a much different looking Carlos Rodon.
2 down for Adrian Beltre, who's slugging .578 this year. 3 homers, 6 doubles, 12 knocked in. Why is it that young players have trouble with the inside pitch like that?
Well, one of the reasons is in the minor leagues and coming up through, you can't find a whole lot of pitchers that can go to your weak spot time after time and throw a pretty good pitch there. So you might see one, and then you'll see a mistake or 2 in the same at bat. In the major leagues, if it comes out that you're not handling the inside pitch, you're going to continue to get it thrown in there until you make an adjustment. If you don't make an adjustment, then you can go and perhaps sell cards. And maybe, in the grand scheme of things, sell one to you, mon frere, maybe. We're working on that, though.
As all of Chicagoland knows by now, I am in the market, thanks to Steve.
Yeah, well, we're trying to get something with a 10-year lease.
In the air, right center field, Austin Jackson for out number 3. Carlos Rodon motoring through the first. We're scoreless after a half inning. Robin Ventura, Adam Eaton, Jimmy Rollins, Jose Abreu, followed by Frazier. Melky Cabrera has been hot. Then Brett Lawrie, Garcia, Avila, and Jackson round out the 9 for the Sox.
And last year's American League Manager of the Year, Jeff Bannister, will line them up this way. Ian Desmond, Delino DeShields, and Nomar Mazara in the outfield, with Adrian Beltre, Elvis Andrus, Rougned Odor, Mitch Moreland, Ryan Holiday behind the plate, and Colby Lewis on the hill, and he's been a master against our Sox lifetime. This is his 4th start. He's 1-0, ERA and even 4. He's got a great slider. The first 2 times out, he used about 15 of them. He had his knee surgically repaired. He pitched most of last year with a torn meniscus. And when he's right, he'll throw 40 to 50 sliders a game. That's his comfort pitch. He's not overpowering with the fastball, but he can get it up there, 92, 94. And we'll have to see today.
Adam Eaton watches strike 1. Eaton, who was 2 for 4 yesterday and started that triple play, the first of its kind ever in Major League Baseball. 9, 3, 2, 6, 2, 5 on your triple play. And Adam Eaton said after the game that he has never had that much fun on a ball field ever. Which is almost hard to believe, considering he's usually the type of guy that extracts a lot of fun from the game of baseball.
Well, when you're the lead man in a historic triple play, you're going to have a lot of fun.
Left field, Ian Desmond coming forward, lays out, and Desmond, the former shortstop, brings it in. Nice play.
We talked about it in the game yesterday. If you were not with us, Ian Desmond, who was a lifetime shortstop, was told if he was going to get any play here, he'd have to move to left field. So even though he takes a step back, he's able to come on, keeping his eye on the ball all the way. And the key there is make sure as you go down for your dive, your head stays as still as possible. He was able to do that. And he worked out all spring trying to work out a new position. He's playing it pretty well.
Rare to say in Major League Baseball nowadays, a Montreal Expo draft pick, but that's what Ian Desmond was back in 2004 as Jimmy Rollins takes a ball. And we'll show you our picks to click coming up in a moment. (2-0) for Rollins.
So far, Lewis doesn't have a whole lot of velocity. We saw a couple of fastballs at 88. And we do assume that that's going to get a little quicker. He does throw a whole lot of off-speed stuff, including a straight change. His best year by far last year, 17-9 overall in 33 starts.
Ball 3 to Rollins, who's walked 4 times, struck out 6 times this year. 36-year-old Lewis, who's been overseas and back, throws his first strike to Rollins.
I'm going to read you a few of the transactions as we move along here, and you'll appreciate the wonder of the career and the man that has been Colby Lewis. Originally signed by Texas, first-round supplemental pick, 38th overall. That was back in 1999, quite some time ago. And off and on the disabled list before being acquired by the Tigers off waivers in 2004.
3-2. Popped up back of home. Brian Holiday. Does he have a play? No. Continue.
So after that waiver, well, he was signed by Washington as a minor league free agent, and then lo and behold, signed by Oakland as a minor league free agent. That was in 06 and 07. Then acquired by Kansas City off waivers in 07, before heading to Japan, Hiroshima, and the Nippon Professional Baseball League prior to the 2008 season. Then signed by the Rangers, where he has stayed.
Ball 4 to Rollins, 1 on, 1 out. We'll get you our picks to click. Jim Angio, Joe Grube, and the crew go with Austin Jackson. Melky for you, Steve. And I will take Jimmy Rollins, who is the early leader today.
Well, actually, unfortunately, because this being a Saturday day game, walks don't count, which is just one of the rules that we'll become accustomed to as we move along in this spirited game of pick to click.
1 on, 1 out for Abreu. I feel like the goalposts may be movable in this game.
We adapt.
Abreu takes ball 1.
Now facing a right-hander, we're going to see much more of the Colby Lewis slider. The pitch he couldn't throw as much as he would like last year. Although he went to it, he was forced to go to it more because he couldn't get the location on his fastball with the knee problem. And there's 2 sliders and 2 misses.
That's good news for Jose, who's only hitting 180 to start this year, slugging .344, and you compare that to the last 2 years, .581 and .502. Those numbers are very likely to jump at some point soon. Tapper, Lewis, rather cavalierly tosses it on to Moreland. 2 down, Rollins to second.
Well, the first thing you think about is the man going to second base because he's going to be in scoring position, but there's really no chance as this one is squibbed off the end of the bat. The only play to first base. Lewis was able to make it, but you're right, the backhand flip, usually not recommended, but he did it effectively.
So Frazier with 1 on in scoring position and 2 out for the Sox in this first inning. Team leader in homers, Todd Frazier. We've seen quite a bit of power the opposite way for Frazier.
That's really a great sign because early in the season just about every team was shifting on him. A radical shift, playing him as a dead pull hitter. Now because he has started to hit the ball more to right center field, they're playing him, if not straight away, pretty close to it.
0-2.
So you love the fact that your power guys can take it to any part of the field. Number one, it stops the defense from stacking against him. It stops a pitcher from going to one soft spot. He's going to have to move the ball around, although Lewis has thrown a lot more sliders to Abreu and to Frazier.
See what he's got in mind on 0-2, righty versus righty with Frazier. This gets out of play as well.
He didn't want to throw it where he threw it, but the idea was good. He went to a fastball after a couple of sliders, and he wanted to throw it up and in. That's exactly where Holliday was sitting. Lewis got it up and out over the plate, which is a big mistake. He got lucky.
The guy that, as we told you earlier, has 2 complete game shutouts in his last 3 starts here at U.S. Cellular Field. Two strikes to Frazier. Moreland at first, sees it fly away again.
Good piece of staying alive that time. That was a slider. It was low, out of the zone and off the plate, and he just reached out with good coverage, hoping to spoil a couple of good ones before he gets one to his liking.
Right-hander on a Bakersfield, California, Colby Lewis against the Jersey boy, Todd Frazier. Rollins at second, 0-2 with 2 down. Well, he got away with another one, Steve.
Yeah, that one right down the middle also, and this had seemingly a little cut to it, but at 87 down the middle, you don't get away with this too often. There has to be something in that motion that adds to deception, because right now the stuff is not near as good as we saw him the last couple of times. See if the Sox can take advantage of it early.
This will be pitch number 20 of the first inning. Foul again by Frazier.
Nice battle here right off the bat. You love to see him work deep. Rollins worked his at bat deep. Frazier now the same way. 21st pitch on the way.
Now Rollins saw 7 pitches. Frazier will see a 7th here. He got him on a pitch low and away. Strikeout for Lewis. And we're through 1, no score.
These Rangers, Yu Darvish and Josh Hamilton. The injury report is brought to you by Dr. Anthony Romeo Orthopedics. If you have a shoulder or elbow problem, go to RomeoOrthopedics.com or call 312-432-2342.
Prince Fielder looks at ball number 1, the designated hitter for the Rangers. 31-year-old who was 2 for 4 yesterday and was involved in that triple play. A lot of people involved in that triple play. A strike on him.
As we understand it, with Beltre at second base, he got the third, thinking that the big man, Prince, had already scored, only to realize that Prince had not only not scored, but was very close to him at third base. So he talked to Spike Owen, the third base coach, in the middle of the rundown, pretty much inquiring what was Prince doing here exactly.
Excuse me, sir.
And then he made, or was the third out.
Abreu stabs this one and figures Carlos is there. Why not include him? 1 down in the 2nd inning.
From an offensive standpoint, there is no doubt that Jose would like to have a better start than he's had. But he's improved drastically at first base defensively, and so he's been a big addition to this improved defense all the way around. What Jose said about the designated hitter, it wasn't that he won't do it, it's just that he gets to contribute more when he plays in the field, because you can make defensive plays like he did last night in his Dancing with the Stars turn at first with Ian Desmond.
Yeah, that was the Cienfuegos soft shoe from Abreu. Strike number 1 to Ian Desmond, his dance partner.
Desmond's got some big power. You cannot take him for granted.
Former Silver Slugger winner. Center field and deep. Austin Jackson back. He's at the wall. And Desmond has left the ball yard.
Second home run, 6th driven in, and there you see a little of that Desmond power. And that makes it 1-0 for the Rangers. This was a get-me-over slider that Avila wanted on the outside corner, and Carlos got it right over the middle of the plate.
So for Ian Desmond, who started out softly this year, he's got 5 of his 10 hits this season in the last 5 days. And we've seen that even with Todd Frazier, similar type deal, getting acclimated to a new team after spending your whole career somewhere else. Sometimes it takes a while. The shift, Laurie, 2 down.
Another factor in the Ian Desmond situation, and that was an observant comment because that happens a lot of time with players. Also the fact that he signed very late. He was one of those free agents that hung around so much you wonder at that point exactly what he was doing to stay in shape, not knowing what would happen, and then having the additional burden of a lifetime shortstop being moved out to left field where he's worried about a new position and how he can adjust to that. All of a sudden working in spring training much more on his defense than he probably would have ever worked as a shortstop, being very familiar with that position. It all translates to a slow start for a guy who's going to be a good player. He's been a good player for a while.
Sarasota's finest, and he's good insurance for this guy too in case something were to happen to Elvis Andrus.
Well, if you were raised or born or either in Sarasota, you were very familiar with the Circus Hall of Fame.
I was not, but some of my family members are enshrined there.
Boy, I got to tell you something. That is really enthralling. Yes, those Barnums and those Baileys, very good.
Where would you rate Barnum as compared to Bailey is the question. Which is ahead of the other?
Well, because P.T. Barnum was supposed to have said there's a sucker born every minute, I give him the nod.
Bailey, I heard, was quite quotable as well. Rumor has it, Rollins to Abreu. Everything on the infield was dandy. Everything in the air has departed. 1-0 Rangers.
Jeff Vukovich, your local nationwide insurance agent serving the area for 38 years. To visit the nation or to join the nation, visit jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side.
Well, in order to join the nation, you've got to visit it first anyway, get the specs.
It's absolutely essential. I met Jeff in Arizona, as a matter of fact.
What's he like?
He's a tall man. Had lots of insurance information with him just in case I needed some.
Strike one to Melky, who takes the ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. We told you yesterday he's among the leaders in Major League Baseball in terms of the contact he makes, only missing about 8% of the time this year.
Well, it's wonderful to see him get off to the kind of start that he's gotten off to, and although he hasn't exactly been a one-man gang, he's been good enough both with the glove and with the bat to help propel this team.
Deep to right field. Mazzara back at the warning track, and the wall, it's gone.
2 and 7 on the power numbers for Melky. And he delivers, and just like that, a 1-run deficit is turned into a brand new ball game, tied at 1. This is a changeup. It's over the middle of the plate, and he takes it deep. By the way, the 6th home run given up by Lewis. That's the 28th given up by Texas. Lewis leading the staff in that dubious department.
Here's Brett Lawrie, who takes strike 1 from Colby Lewis. End of the bat that time for Lawrie, and foul. Ball and 2 strikes on Lawrie, and once again another donation to Chicago White Sox charities from Alex Snellius in loving memory of his wife Ursula off that home run from Melky Cabrera. His 3rd extra base hit out of 4 hits career against Colby Lewis. Lawrie knew it, strike 3, 2nd punch out for Lewis. Come out to U.S. Cellular Field on Select Fridays. Get 2 outfield reserve tickets and 2 food or drink items for just $49. Each ticket includes $8 in bonus bucks. More than enough to cover your first soda, beer, hot dog, or sausage. Visit WhiteSox.com/first for more information. That's a good deal right there, Steve Stone.
That is a great deal.
I know you're always looking for a good deal.
Anything that can provide you with an Italian sausage is a good deal.
Words to live by. In fact, bumper stickers are being made of that slogan right now. As Avi Garcia, who got the day off yesterday, back in the lineup in the 7 spot, swings through a high, hard one, 0-2.
Give you an idea how many times Colby Lewis used that slider. Last time out, where he was pretty good, he used the slider over 72% of the time when he had 2 strikes on a hitter. So it's going to be there, and that's how he retired Frazier to end that 1st.
Set up outside here. There it is, and wrapped to 3rd for Beltre. Tough throw to handle, and Moreland fading into foul ground does it. 2 down.
Well, it's a terrific play by Mitch Moreland, and he's one of the better defenders at first base that you don't hear a whole lot about. When you cross over into foul territory and you're able to take a wide throw and still turn it into an out, you have a lot of gratitude from your teammates. That could have easily been for Beltre an error, and quite possibly Garcia could be standing at 2nd base, but for the acrobatic play of Mitch Moreland.
From Beltre, who flambéed himself and his teammates after the game yesterday with that triple play. Quote, "It was a disaster by everybody. All the runners screwed up. Awful base running by everybody."
Well, he's exactly right.
Strike 1 to Alex Avila, who's 5 for 27 this year as the Sox catcher.
Avila has always felt pretty good facing Colby Lewis. The infield playing him as a dead pull hitter. The outfield, not exactly straight away, but pretty close to it.
Two balls and a strike on a very choosy hitter, Alex Avila, with Austin Jackson on deck.
Well, perennially, Alex will see just about as many pitches as anybody in the league, which is a pretty good thing to have in your lineup anywhere, but especially if you've forced a pitcher to throw a lot of pitches in the top part of the order.
That one's outside. 3-1 on Avila. Second walk today for the Sox. Alex is one of the guys in the lineup who's had a very good career against Colby Lewis, including Jackson, who's coming up now.
Abreu right in the middle, 10 at bats. Although he tapped out the first time up, he'll have a few more shots at him.
You know, with the struggles early offensively for the Sox, I think, especially with Frazier having that 4 strikeout game, I think there was sort of a conception around town that the Sox were swinging away quite heavily. In fact, coming into play today, they were 9th best in Major League Baseball in strikeouts by hitters, 9th fewest. And also, they're in the top 12 in pitches seen per plate appearance.
That's pretty impressive in that the more pitches you see, the more chance the pitcher has to make a mistake. And if you don't mind hitting with 2 strikes, you're probably going to get one of those mistakes.
Jackson did not get all of it. DeShields coming forward for the final out, but a leadoff home run for Melky Cabrera, his 2nd homer of the year, and we are tied after 2. Through 2 innings today. Jason Benetti, Steve Stone, our entire crew here at U.S. Cellular Field, and we thank you for making us a part of your Saturday, or if you're watching on replay on MLB.tv, whatever day it is for you. Carlos Rodon inside to Rougned Odor, the 22-year-old Rangers Rookie of the Year last year, who has a brother who's also in the Rangers organization, and this is where it gets confusing. His brother's name is also Rougned Odor.
Not really confusing for his parents. I think it's probably a great thing. In fact, George Foreman has 7 sons, I believe, named George.
This Rougned Odor to left, and a base hit to lead off the 3rd.
Well, Odor is one of the big reasons why Ryan Ward, or you might know him as at Wardo 2178, decided to text. He wanted to know what the Rangers' plans were for Jurickson Profar.
Yep.
Profar had shoulder surgery last spring, missed the entire season, was at one point thought of to be the #1 prospect in this organization. He is playing every day. He's playing at shortstop in AAA. I believe, and again, this is not an organizational philosophy by them, I believe it's to increase his value to be used as a future trade target. The only reason being that they believe Odor is going to be a perennial all-star. They love Andrews at shortstop, and so there's just no room in the middle infield for Jurickson Profar. So Ryan, that's, I believe, what the plans are for him. Subject to change, as they always are.
You can tweet your questions to @SteveStone. He will get them directly.
And sometimes give you an audio tweet back.
Here's the handle @SteveStone. Audio tweet back. That's a new app. Only available in the Steve Stone store. Fouled off by Holiday. I mean, that's the sad thing about Profar, by the way. He has that shoulder surgery, missed all of the entire season back in 2014, has the surgery, and now you lose your spot essentially in line.
Well, that's what happens when you have a system that's terribly productive, as that system with the Rangers has been.
1-2 to the TCU alum Holiday, and he pops it up. Jimmy Rollins just outside of the dirt for round number 1. Sox fans, join us as we welcome back White Sox greats on homecoming weekend, Friday, May 20th to Sunday, May 22nd. Sox battle the Royals. Homecoming weekend presented by the Village of Bedford Park. Bring your business home to Bedford Park and win big. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/homecoming. I like all the individual websites the Sox have for all the different promotions. You can find all the information on the web. Or if you ask Steve directly, he will audio tweet back at you. Fair ball, Frazier. And they get one. Nice read again by Todd Frazier.
Yeah, very good choice, knowing that Odor has good but not overwhelming speed, and this ball is hit hard to him. It's a one-hopper. So as he crosses over into foul territory, he still believes he's got to play at second base. You're not going to turn the double play here. And Odor, and we had a clarification from Jeremy Haber today, who was the assistant to Rick Hahn. And Jeremy told us that that slide at second base, if you can hit the bag, if you slide before the bag, and if you don't leg whip the man who's making the throw above the knee, if you keep it below the knee, it will almost without exception, and there are exceptions, but almost without exception, it'll be an acceptable slide, as that one was at second base.
Which the Rangers used their challenge on very early in the game. First inning yesterday.
And that, by the way, is one of the very nice things about the people who inhabit this organization, and that is they are willing to help you to clarify certain things so that we're able to get it right on the air. And after talking with Scott Reifert, inquiring about a couple of different things, he brought up the assistant general manager, Jeremy Haber, and he explained and went over chapter and verse that particular rule at second base.
Up the middle, Laurie stabs it behind the back for the out. So after the foul ball, DeShields ends up with a fielder's choice anyway.
Wow, that was some play at second base. Bit Laurie made the stop up the middle, and then realizing that he couldn't get the right arm in the traditional manner, flips it behind his back. That's just part of the defense that characterizes the 2016 Chicago White Sox. Vastly improved over the last few years.
So here is Mazzara with 2 down. You know, on that ball that Frazier handled, there was no signal of foul ball immediately.
No, it looked to me like he actually went through it to play, made the play, but then I guess upon further review they allowed DeShields to have another go at it.
Ex post facto. So ball 1 on Mazzara. That's a strike, low portion of the zone. Two and one with two out. The shield checked back by Carlos Rodon, and so far didn't take much to have a better start than the last time. Carlos knows that. Don Cooper said that, and looks like Carlos has some pretty good stuff today.
I would say that with Carlos and Don going into the bullpen immediately after that last start, immediately being the next day, the next opportunity they had, they worked it out.
It's low. 3-1 on Nomar Mazara. There's Don Cooper enjoying the sunlight today. Longtime Sox pitching coach. He wanted Carlos to get ahead of hitters today. He's behind 3-1 at this point with the Shields back to first. That is a perfect shift. Laurie barely had to move. Leadoff single, nothing else for the Rangers. 2.5 gone, 1-1.
Triple play promotion. Text Subway 3 to 97999 right now, and the 300th texter will receive a $30 gift card to Subway restaurants in the Chicagoland area. Subway, fresh is what we do.
So Adam Eaton, Jimmy Rollins, Jose Abreu to bat against Colby Lewis. First pitch strike. Colby to Eaton. It's 2 out of 15 career against Lewis, but does have a home run to his name. This doesn't have the legs. Ian Desmond in left. One away. Sox fans, our pregame patio parties are the best deal at the ballpark. You get a game ticket and an all-you-can-eat buffet catered by Baseball Buffet, as well as wine and Miller beverages. The patio opens 90 minutes prior to the game and closes 30 minutes after the start of the game. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/group.
Patio today would be an absolutely gorgeous place to be. Temperature has actually gone up since we started this game.
Crowd has filled out quite nicely.
And it has. It's a good crowd today. Couldn't have picked a better day or a baseball team as entertaining as the Sox have been.
An open play today at 11-6, half game back of Kansas City in the Central, and tied for the most wins in the American League with only the Royals.
Those Kansas City's awfully tough. 7-2 at home. However, mere mortals 4-3 on the road, as opposed to the Sox 7-3 on the road.
He struggled in Oakland at the end of that series. Lost 2 of the last 3 to the A's. Rollins hard hit. Nice pick by Odor. 2 down in the home third. Sox will see Kansas City, as we mentioned, for that homecoming weekend in May, the 20th through the 22nd. Then, shortly thereafter, the Sox will be at the Royals, the 26th through the 29th of May, as Abreu stands in.
You would think after pulling off the ball the first time, and he did just that, squibbing it off the end of the bat, he would be looking somewhere away in this at bat. He's going to get one here. He just wants to get a fastball in the zone and not leave it to Lewis to use that slider.
That ball lags inside, 2-0 on Abreu. Well, after a 21 pitch first inning, 46 isn't so bad here with 2 out in the third. Two and 1.
But when you have that kind of confidence in your slider, you don't mind throwing it 2-0. He threw it right down the middle, thinking that if Jose sees the spin, he wants to hit a fastball. He's not gonna swing at that one regardless, and he was right.
Line drive, Elvis Andrus. Well now. Our prize shelf, which is well stocked today. It's time for Sox Math, Steve Stone.
Well, we have a wonderful choice for you, including a couple of new things. Number one, handful of
Cough drops, yeah.
Let's say they're cough drops, as well as an autographed Altoid box that I autographed that you can't see very much, but it's in orange, and the usual accoutrements. And this is the day today. It's a plush bleacher creature of Jose Abreu.
So it's your chance to win. You get to pick something off our prize shelf, including a handful of throat lozenges. If you play #SoxMath, and we will give you the question in a moment. Bleacher Creature Day here at the Ball Yard, presented by Total.
And for those of you who noticed that we have Paul Konerko up there, it's actually a canvas of a Paul Konerko home run. And that is a limited edition because it's not made any longer.
Out of print.
Yes, it's a print out of print.
Ball and a strike on Adrian Beltre.
However, don't know how you can pass up the Altoids, but you know, that's just me.
I mean, they're signed in highlighter by Steve Stone. I would go, if I were rating the prize shelf, I'd go signed Altoids, iPad cover, and then print, Chris Sale K counter. Where do you put in the handful of cough drops?
That's big.
I don't know. Inside and low, 2-2 on Beltre, who flied out to center. Back of the first. Are you ready for today's Sox Math question, Steve?
Well, I understand that it is very intricate.
It is special today. #SoxMath on Twitter. You can play. First in with the correct answer wins a prize. There's strike 3 on Beltre. Time for Sox Math. Get out your calculators, your pencils, your pens. Take the final 2 digits of the year of the first playoff game at U.S. Cellular Field. Subtract Avi Garcia's jersey number. Multiply the number of left-handed pitchers in the White Sox bullpen and add the number of unique players to touch the ball in last night's triple play for the Sox. That's your question. #SoxMath. Send it along on Twitter using the hashtag. First in with the correct answer wins a prize off our shelf. You got it?
Well, there's a little confusion. Is it the number on the back of the players that they're wearing, or the number of the position that they are playing when they touch the baseball?
The total number of players, just the aggregate number of unique players.
But that's, I thought it was going to be difficult.
Ground ball foul from fielder, 2-1 to Prince, who actually is named after the musical artist who has recently passed away. Mom was a big Prince fan and decided on Prince for the name of the younger fielder. To father Cecil. 2-1. First base side, Abreu off the bag is there. Rodon the catch, 2 away near the top of the 4th.
That's very familiar. In fact, looks exactly like the 3-1 put out to start the 2nd inning. Good play by Abreu, heads up by Rodon, getting to the bag. And he ranges to his right, doesn't have to go all that far. Then makes a good solid throw.
The 2 out for Ian Desmond, who has provided the lone run for the Rangers today. A solo homer to straightaway center field back in the 2nd inning. He was one of those guys in the offseason that really caught the bad end of being attached to losing a draft pick. If you sign a player, you have to forfeit the draft pick if you sign Ian Desmond, so you don't want to lose the draft pick because of signing a player, as Desmond tips it foul.
Well, that's one of the things, and with the collective bargaining agreement coming up this year, one of the things I'm sure that everybody is going to look at. But Desmond eventually did find a place to play. He also found a great place to hit. Arlington is outstanding, especially if you're a left-hand hitter, but the right-hand hitters aren't complaining because the ball seems to be affected by what is a perennially swirling wind that more times than not blows straight out as opposed to helping the pitchers.
Beautiful pitch by Rodon. Strike 3. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Carlos Sox can take the lead with one with Frazier, Cabrera, and Laurie on the way. U.S. Cellular Field. Thanks for joining us on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. Jason Benetti, Steve Stone, everybody along with us here in the booth and down in our truck down the right field line. It's Todd Frazier, Melky Cabrera, and Brett Laurie will bat against Colby Lewis. Each team has a homer, and that is all in the run column today. Breaking ball, slapped to center. And DeShields is on the case for out number one.
Both pitchers have been very good today. The way the Sox got their run is the fourth drive of the game. That's Melky Cabrera getting a changeup out over the plate and hitting his second home run of the year. That matched the Desmond home run in a game tied at 1.
A duplicate might be a good idea. There's a strike to Cabrera. Oh, 2 on Cabrera. Melky 2 for 4 yesterday. Couple of runs scored and a double. Fouls that one off. And the count remains 0-2.
Tried to go down and in a little bit deeper that time to get Melky out with that slider, but couldn't get it in far enough, and he was able to spoil a very good pitch.
Melky, as of today, we told you he's in the top 10 in Major League Baseball in percentage swing and miss, just 8.6%, tied for 6th in all of baseball in terms of being a contact hitter.
Who is the best?
The best is Jose Iglesias of Detroit, which is kind of surprising, would you say? Victor Martinez second, Billy Burns third, Andrelton Simmons, John Jaso the top 5. Pirates John Jaso. Making Lewis work.
spoiling some pretty good pitches. Lewis has not used the middle of the plate to Melky. He was in with a couple. He's been out with just about everything, but nothing over the middle quite yet. So Melky spoiling pitcher's pitches, trying to get a mistake.
1-2. A rope. And a one-out single for Melky Cabrera. Testing out the brake pads around first, by the way.
Nice at bat, an 8-pitch at bat for Melky before finally getting one to his liking. It was down and out of the zone. Melky hustling around first base, thinking maybe that one could be mishandled, but it wasn't to be.
Here's the Sox math answer, and SSS Josh Nelson is your winner. 93 was the year of the first playoff game at U.S. Cellular Field. Garcia's number 26. 2 lefties in the bullpen, Duke and Jennings. Number of unique players to touch the ball in last night's triple play was 5. And if you look at the numbers down at the bottom there, you might notice something about the numbers in today's Sox math.
Well, let me see them again.
You want to see them one more time? Joe Grube probably can push that button for you at some point.
Okay.
After the pitch to Laurie. Broken bat, 0-2.
Okay, so those numbers down there, I guess if you were just to separate them with all of those whatever signs you called them there.
Yeah.
9-3-2, 6-2, 5. Wow, that is absolutely magnificent of you. I mean, that's brilliant. Something that's never happened before, and the very next moment,
wow,
you come up with Sox math with the exact numbers of that play.
I would like to take credit for that. I'd like to, but a mystery man who's even smarter than me came up with that. Ball and 2 strikes on Laurie with Cabrera at first.
I have a feeling the mystery man didn't come up with all the machinations to get to those numbers.
Mystery man barely knows what machination means. We have a shrouded Sox math creator behind our curtain. 1-2 for Laurie. Makes it 2-2.
Brett checks up on a pitch away. What he's been swinging at a lot of pitches 3, 4, 5 inches inside. Consequently, he's going to go through a lot of bats and ground to the left side a lot. So he's hoping that Lewis will get one out over the plate for him.
Three and 2.
Melky with a good lead at first base. Could very well be he's taking off here.
There he goes. And it's fouled off by Laurie.
You could tell he was getting an extra step at first on that lead, something that fortunately Lewis did not pick up as he came home instead of going to first base. But Melky's off a little bit further, and then he does get a good jump, looking back to check for contact to see exactly where it is, and has to retreat.
Back of home, Holiday. No play. That's ball 4 low. 2 on, 1 out. White Sox fans, celebrate your Italian roots with Italian Heritage Night presented by Beggar's Pizza, and the Sox take on the Twins Friday, May 6th. Italian Heritage Night features specially priced tickets and a post-game fireworks show To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Italy. So, 2 on, 1 out for Avi Garcia in a big spot in inning number 4. Check swing and a strike. He did go around.
We get an opportunity. We're going to show you that last pitch to Brett Lawrie and how sometimes a runner going has some unintended consequences to a catcher who is standing up to try to make the throw.
This one in the air, and DeShields for the second out.
Take a look at Holliday behind the plate because Melky is going. He wants it low and away. He gets it there. But as he gets up to throw, a lot of times you just don't frame it long enough for the umpire to have a good look. Now that pitch was borderline down. Lawrie got the benefit of the doubt. There's nothing that Holliday can do. He's got to not do any umpiring himself. He's got to get in position to make the throw. When he heard it was ball 4, he didn't do anything with it. And still an opportunity to go ahead in this ball game with a guy who's had very good luck against Colby Lewis.
Alex Avila, 6 of 17 career against Lewis. Shift makes it trouble, and the bases are loaded.
So it would have been a routine ground ball without the shift, turns into a base hit. Now I'm sure that Alex is no stranger to infield hits. This is going to be one of 3 or 4 he gets this year. But you see the vacated right side with the shift. By the time Odor gets there, there's nothing he can do with it.
So, bases loaded, 2 down in the 4th inning for Austin Jackson. Ball 1. By the way, we have an official Sox Math appeal. I think I shorted some. We're going to award 2 prizes today at Right Sox and to our winner that we previously announced. So we're going to award 2 prizes today.
Oh, okay.
The appellate court has come in with its judgment. 1-0 from Lewis to Jackson. Bases loaded, and he popped it up. Good chance for the Sox. Goes by the boards here in inning number 4. 1-1 your score here at U.S. Cellular Field today.
with Robin by logging on to WGNTV.com and click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner for the latest stats and information. Sox Game Zone is powered by Dodd Camera, which is family owned for 125 years, handling all your photographic needs. Dodd Camera, where the focus is on you. And also it does my heart good to know that the appellate process, which has been invoked in our White Sox math, has worked today. And one tweeter will be reprieved, as it were.
You know what? It's nice to give out 2 prizes on a Saturday anyway.
There's no doubt.
Hashtag Sox Math. Always fair and equitable. First pitch, top of the 5th. Ball 1 to Mitch Moreland, who grounded out to second base in the 2nd inning. Boy, that was a dandy of a chance for the Sox in that bottom of the 4th. 2 on, 1 out, and bases loaded, 2 out. Game still tied at 1. 2 balls and a strike on Moreland.
Here's an example. Moreland looking fastball all the way, got a fastball, so that part of it was right, but in a bad location. That ball was out away, maybe ticking the outside corner. But not the pitch you want to swing at. 2-0.
Jimmy Rollins for out number 1. Join us at U.S. Cellular Field throughout the 2016 season for free T-shirt Thursday. First 10,000 fans at every White Sox regular season home game get a specially designed White Sox T-shirt. To purchase your free T-shirt Thursday tickets, visit whitesox.com.
Next Thursday, we're going to be home, is going to be the 5th of May, and then you're going to be able to get your Milkman T-shirt.
That logo is pretty nice.
And starting Monday on our prize shelf, we're going to have it adorned with a Milkman T-shirt, or so we are promised.
Two 2-0 on Elvis Andrus. No walks so far for Carlos Rodon. Still none. One of the all-time strikeout leaders in ACC history, left NC State as one of 4 guys in the ACC's long tenure with over 400 strikeouts, as Andrus goes out to his counterpart, 2 down in the 5th.
I like the way Jimmy Rollins and a lot of veteran shortstops will vary their delivery to first base. He realized that Andrus runs pretty well, maybe not quite as well as he once did, but he gets down the line quickly, so he caught the baseball knowing he doesn't have time, and he came straight over the top, making a very straight and true throw, but he also got a lot more on it than he normally does when he flips it over there and knows he's got the man by a good 3 steps.
Ball 1 inside to Rougned Odor, who singled in the 3rd. He has one of the 2 hits for the Rangers today, a solo homer for Ian Desmond being the other.
Rougned last year hit 16 home runs, drove in 61 in 120 games. He plays in a perfect spot for him because he can hit the ball a long way, and the wind tunnel is always to right and right center in Texas. He is from Maracaibo, Venezuela.
Two and 2 on Odor. and the neighborhood.
A veteran Sox fan.
Going to need a crosswalk over at first base.
Well, the ball. Krug, Ned. And Carlos getting to approximately the same slot at the same time.
Who has the right of way there?
You have to allow the fielder to field the baseball. You cannot run over him as he's fielding the baseball.
Spoken like a true fielder.
You will be penalized severely.
Called strike three, nipped the corner. Carlos Rodon has retired 9 in a row.
Bank.
Always inquisitive.
Is that your bank?
Yeah,
Good.
it is.
Are they still giving out toasters for substantial deposits?
That process it
gone?
takes a while to get your toaster, though. Thank goodness the bathtub giveaway came months later. Ball to strike on Eaton, who has twice gone out to left, and Ian Desmond.
And in the meantime, both of these pitchers have matched one another pitch for pitch. It's been an errorless game. Sox have 3 hits. The Rangers have 2. And a home run on either side has made it an extravaganza.
Pull sign for Eaton this time. And Odor finishes that 1 down. Sox fans, don't let aches and pains keep you from doing the things you love to do. Schedule an appointment at any of our 340 facilities by visiting athletico.com/appointments. Athletico, the official physical therapy provider of the Chicago White Sox. Athletico, better for everybody. And better for everybody. Jimmy Rollins has had 2 lengthy trips to the plate now. First time he walked on 7 pitches. Second time he bounced out on a 3-ball count, and this time he forces Larry Vanover to dance.
This one right at the crew chief, who is fortunately able to get out of the way. At an off-speed pitch at 83 miles an hour. He stays right with it. Larry Vanover almost caught that one on one hop.
So Jimmy Rollins now 1 for 2. He's been on twice, and Jose Abreu with a chance with an extra base hit to give the Sox the lead.
He had a very good at bat last time after Lewis missed away and then missed inside. He was up 2-0 on the count. Finally getting one out over the plate that he liked, but lined it. And Elvis Andrus made a terrific play.
Abreu punches it to center. DeShields on the run. And Jimmy Rollins has to speed back to first.
Pretty good idea with the hit and run, and Abreu hit it just too hard. Fortunately, Jimmy was able to pick it up and scamper back to the bag, leaving it alive for Todd Frazier,
who is 0 for 2 with a strikeout on 7 pitches in the first, and then he figured forget about that last time. He decided to take a swing at the first pitch and flied it out to DeShields in center. That was a great shot we had of Frazier last night in the dugout, saying, "I've never seen that before," reflecting on the triple play.
And he only realized at the time that no one who has ever watched this game has seen it before, because it's never happened in that particular order.
(9-3-2, 6-2-5). Triple play. The first of its kind. One from Lewis. There's the Todd father. I don't know that he sleeps. I think he's just awake, full of energy always.
I would think Brett Laurie is right there with him. You get two very energetic guys.
Rollins is off, pitches outside. He got a great jump. Safe.
That one stolen on Lewis. There was not much that Brian Holiday could do. Gets a very good jump, and Lewis uses not exactly the highest leg kick he could, but he doesn't use a slide step. The throw is a little high, allowing Jimmy to slide in under it and then able to hook the bag with his foot. And they're going to take a look at it to see if the leg did come off. It looked for an instant like it might have, but we'll see if the glove was still in contact with Jimmy Rollins. And this is an appeal play.
So Jeff Bannister invokes his challenge. If he is wrong, then he will not have a challenge remaining for the game. Take a look.
Well, now, right there, there's no contact of the bag for Jimmy Rollins, but there is contact on the glove of Odor. He can't hook the front of the bag, and as his hand comes up and before his body gets to the bag, looks like right there, fairly definitive proof that the tag was on and he was not in contact with the bag.
Yeah, you can make a really strong argument that Bannister's right on this challenge. And he is out the call. So get out your whiteout for your scorebook. and we'll talk to you in the 6th inning. Low-scoring game here at U.S. Cellular Field. 5-0 yesterday. Sox with a win. The final couple games of that Angels series, there were 8 combined runs. Brian Holiday, who's 0 for 1. Loop to right field. Adam Eaton. 1 away.
Very nice. 1 pitch, 1 out. Holiday hasn't yet tried to bunt the ball, which is something we saw when he was in the Detroit uniform. And with only 2 hits so far, and Carlos finding the elusive control, which he didn't have last time, getting ahead of hitters today, as he had problems doing last time, you'd have to say that the partnership of Don Cooper and Carlos Rodon figured it out very quickly.
So now Delino DeShields, who was part of an odd play in the 3rd inning with 1 on and 1 out. He bounced a ball to Todd Frazier at 3rd, who looked like he fielded the ball in fair territory. He went through with the play and seemingly had the out at 2nd base. The umpires signaled foul after the fact, or at least at some point, in order to give DeShields new life. He then grounded out, then Mazzara the line out. That's the anatomy of the 3 outs in that 3rd inning.
Well, we do like the fact that the fans are right on top of everything, because the umpires didn't call it quite right as the play was unfolding, but waited a beat. Guys like John Folger noticed that we got 4 outs in that inning. It didn't really happen that way. It was only 3 of them. Just seemed like 4.
So 1 out, a walk. And eventually in that at bat, this happened for DeShields.
This is the Xfinity Speed Replay, and the force out that wasn't turned into the force out that was of the spectacular variety. The Speed Replay is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV in a fine defensive effort by Laurie.
So 1 on, 1 out, and Mazzara looks at strike 1. Carlos Rodon, 78 pitches in the 6th.
Mazzara 6'4", 215, and at 20 you'd have to figure he's going to fill out from there.
just 20 years old. As we mentioned, been up here in the majors for 13 days now, called up from AAA Round Rock. His father is a retired general in the Dominican Navy, grew up in the Dominican Republic, Mazara did. First full season of baseball, 2013, in a full season league in the minors. That was with the Hickory Crawdads in the South Atlantic League.
Fairly remarkable rise for Nomar Mazara. And he appears like he's going to be around quite a bit.
One and two from Rodon with the dangerous Adrian Beltre next.
First time up after he lined out into the shift in the third. In the first inning, he got an inside fastball and swung over the top of it. So Avila looking over in the dugout to see what signs might be. Contemplating the very swift DeShields at first. And once again going back in there. If it's good enough once, go back in there again until the young man shows that he can do something about it.
That's how they struck Mazara out of the first.
And despite the fact that Avila wanted it away, Carlos threw it down and in with good late movement. And Mazara well out in front and over the top.
So 2 down for Adrian Beltre. He was 2 for 6 in the series with a pair of singles yesterday. Rocket foul.
So far, it's been overwhelming for Carlos Rodon. 5 2/3 with a couple of hits, 1 run, that via the long ball, with only a walk and 6 strikeouts. Nice bounce back performance by the young left-hander.
That was Don Cooper's feeling. We talked to him the day after Rodon's start on Monday. It was Tuesday, and he said, "Look, I think he's in a right place. I think he's let it roll off of him. I think he knows what he needs to do better, and that has been the answer today." 2 strikes from Rodon.
The fact remains, even though he played at a high-powered college and the program was terrific, he had a meteoric rise through the Sox system, but he is still a work in progress. There's a few things he has to work out yet, but his stuff is just so good that you have to believe the ceiling, the upside, is just out of sight for the young man.
Tipped foul by Beltre.
He knows one thing about Carlos Beltre, if he didn't know it before, and that is the veteran third baseman, one of the better defenders around, also is a guy that walks begrudgingly. So pretty much if it's in the neighborhood, Adrian is going to be swinging at it. He's had 66 at bats. He's walked just 5 times.
Right field, long run for Eaton, still coming. It's foul. Well, right now, at least in Major League Baseball, if anybody's going to get there, it is Adam Eaton. He leads the league with 7 defensive runs saved. That's a statistic that suggests how many runs above average you are defensively, and Eaton is tops in the league with 7.
The most amazing part of that transition to right field for Adam is that he played mostly center field his entire career, and asked to move over after the acquisition of Austin Jackson. He not only moved to right, but he got substantially better in his zone defensive ratings.
Eaton tested again. He's right there. Beltre cannot drive home to Shields. We've played 5.5. Again, a pitcher's duel on the south side. From Steve Stone, this is actually a map of where everybody traveled during that triple play last night.
Most amazing part of it is you'll see that one of the umpires traveled just about everywhere, and he would be then the man in pink. Right here. Here. And all the way down.
Follow it all the way down to the high right side there.
To the Slauson cutoff. And then, no, that's actually.
That's the Mariana Trench, I think.
So, in lieu of a Chagall painting, what we have is what everybody did on the triple play last night, and you see a lot of guys moving around quite a bit.
Frazier frustrated with himself on this pop-up. Beltre the call and the ball. That's a cool little graph, though.
There it is one more time, and it shows you exactly which player and which umpire went where. So when you see the inordinate amount of movement and you realize just what it took into turning that triple play, you can understand a couple of different things. Why, one, it never happened before in the history of the game, and two, how fortunate the Sox weren't getting out of that inning, but they couldn't have done it without, in the words of Adrian Beltre, some terrible base running on everyone involved.
Adrian was very shocked to see Prince Fielder at the same bag that he planned to occupy late in that play. 1-1. It's outside, 2 balls and a strike on Melky Cabrera.
Melky has been one of the few guys to really be able to figure out Colby Lewis.
He's been on twice. A single to center last time and a home run to lead off the second inning. That ball smoked to right center, and Melky's got a third hit today.
He represents a go-ahead run. Colby Lewis gets a fastball. He thinks he threw it high enough so that Melky couldn't hit it hard. But Melky off to a great start this year, just rifles this ball into right center. Shields wisely didn't come get it in a tie game. You can't risk that ball gets by you and then sends Melky off to the races.
With the idea that Melky may be even further off to the races, Lewis a glance over there at first.
Well, in a similar situation, they did run with Melky late in the count to Brett Lawrie. Only he took a walk.
Center field. This ball hangs up to Shields. Doesn't have a play, and Melky was close enough. More smart base running from Melky Cabrera.
That, for a base runner, one of the toughest plays that he's going to see, because he doesn't know if DeShields is going to catch it. And he doesn't know how quickly he'll get there. So Melky gets about, well, probably 60% of the way. And then when the ball falls, a couple of things take place. Number one, the one thing that the Sox know as a team is that DeShields can't throw at all. So you can be a little more adventuresome with him in center field. This throw off the mark. And so Melky, with a good piece of base running, enables runners at first and second with only one out.
Same spot that Avi Garcia came up in the fourth. It was Cabrera and Lawrie on after a single and a walk. This time 2 base hits. Lewis to Garcia.
One thing to get out on the front foot. It's another thing to allow your hands to drift forward on the off-speed pitch. That's exactly what Avi did. The good off-speed hitters occasionally will move out with that front foot, but they'll always keep their hands back. When both the feet and the hands are moving together, you can't get anything into the swing.
Strike called. 0-2 for Avi Garcia. Alex Avila on deck.
And action, double-barreled action in the Texas bullpen.
Avi laid off that time, 1-2.
Pitch number 94 on the way for Lewis.
Buries this pitch, 2-2 on Garcia.
Nice stop by Brian Holiday as he made sure that that one didn't get away. Each and every one of his performances, he's thrown an even 6 innings. So he's getting to the spot now where the pitches are piled up, and this probably is about as long as he's going to go.
Steps off here.
Be nice to give him a little going away present before he's able to turn it over to the pen.
Something to remember the Sox by. 2-2. We'll do it again.
There you look at the numbers. They've been pretty impressive. Both pitchers have been great. 5 1/3, 6 hits. Just the home run by Melky, 3 walks, and a couple of strikeouts for Colby Lewis.
Strike 3. 2 down in the 6th.
Goes out of the strike zone. It's a breaking ball down. With both the foot and the hands moving forward. So the Ranger pen we talked about before, Nick Martinez and Tony Barnett. So leave it up to the man that is yet to make an out today, a guy who perennially is given a tough time to Colby Lewis.
Maybe a little surprising to you that Lewis, considering Avila's success, would stay in here.
I don't think any pitcher is ever going to voluntarily ask out of a game in the 6th.
No, but meaning for Jeff Bannister, he's got these numbers.
Yeah, he does.
So there's Jake Petrichko warming up for the Sox.
And there's Bannister, who came in with a mighty tired pen. There's a few guys he wanted to stay away from. Barnett was one of them.
Tollison, the closer, was unavailable unless in a real jam yesterday.
But that was accomplished yesterday when he used only Klein and Wilhelmsen out of that bullpen, so he did give them the day of rest that they desperately needed. You would think today that everybody would be ready to go.
So 1-1 on Avila, who has all of his hits this year against right-handed pitching. Rangers do have a very tough lefty in that bullpen, Jake Diekman, who's more of a later inning guy for Texas. Second lefty as well, Alex Claudio, up from AAA.
Diekman's a blazer. I mean, he can really rush it up there.
Outside 2-1 with Austin Jackson on deck. Cabrera singled with 1 out. Laurie followed him with a base hit to center. Two and one. Outside 3-1. You throw him a cookie on 3-1?
No, I don't think in this situation you can. I think what you want to do is Try to throw something under his hands. He likes his slider. Let's see if he goes there.
Yeah, downstairs. Ball 4, bases loaded, 2 out for Austin Jackson.
Tried to get it in under his hands, but got it out of the zone. And so we will have to see, but normally in this situation, you're going to let him go. He's had success with Jackson.
But Austin has seen him a lot. 33 at bats worth. As you get deeper into that, who gets the advantage from a lot of exposure?
You know, it really comes down to just exactly how good a stuff the pitcher has. Doug Brocail is out there. He's had his say-so. I personally believe the more you see a pitcher, the bigger advantage is to a hitter. But the great pitchers don't care. They're going to face guys 100 times, 200 times in some instances, and it doesn't matter.
Bases loaded, 100 pitches for Lewis. Jackson takes high, ball 1.
This has been normally the upper reaches of where Lewis will go.
Up the middle, playable for Odor. The Sox have left him loaded twice in the last 3 innings. 1-1 after 6. Checks in. Alex Avila came up limping on this ground ball to end the inning.
Right there, he pulls up. That looks something like a calf injury, but Avila will be taken off. Hermie will take a look at him. And Yanner Navarro will loosen up his arm as he comes into the ball game.
So, when we get word on Alex Avila, we will pass it along to you. Into the 7th we go. 2-hitter on the board for Carlos Rodon as we speak.
Been pretty good. So has Colby Lewis. So not much to choose from between these two guys, although hits-wise, Carlos has been much more effective. but they only pay off on runs, and a solo home run on either side has made this a very close ball game, tied at 1.
Those 2 homers both in the 2nd inning. It's a good way to get rid of Prince Fielder on 1 pitch.
Jake Petrichka, Zach Duke loosening in a pen just in case Carlos needs some help. With only 1 walk today, he has completely gotten away from whatever was plaguing him last time out. In the words of Don Cooper, if you weren't with us before the ball game, he said Carlos was just not finishing off his pitches, which involves actually a follow through and kind of a bent front leg where you go right at the hitter, finishing off each and every pitch. And today, been a completely different guy.
Ian Desmond responsible for the Lone Ranger run. That is the only run for the Texas team, not an Olympic athletic feat.
The Ranger run?
The Lone Ranger.
That Lone Ranger.
Yeah. 3-0 for Ian Desmond. Turn him loose here?
Yeah, I personally would, because you got a left-hander coming up next, and Desmond is awfully strong.
No go.
Right hamstring tightness for Alex Avila, and he's listed day to day.
3-1 off the plate. 1-out walk for Ian Desmond. White Sox fans, vote now for your favorite moments and milestones from the first 25 years of U.S. Cellular Field. Head-to-head matchups run through May 19th, and the defining moment will be revealed during homecoming weekend, presented by the Village of Bedford Park, May 20th through the 22nd. Visit whitesox.com/USCF25 to vote today. Moreland, who's 0 for 2 and 0 for 5 in the series. Look out. Well, good news is there's no triple play available.
No.
He was the one that hit into it last night.
He can't do that again. And they don't have near the shift on him, with Rollins playing up the middle, but well on the third base side of second.
Runners off, swing and a miss, and Desmond into second base. Hit and run, you think?
I think that was part of it. I also believe that what Jeff Bannister had in mind was you got a new catcher coming in the game who probably wasn't near as loose as Avila was. So he takes off. It's not a good throw. Navarro usually very good at throwing to second base. Desmond with a good jump, and the reason I don't think it's a hit and run, you see the head of Desmond, it never looked back. He was just intent on getting into second base. He's 2 for 2 now in stolen bases. That's 7 for Texas.
2 of those from DeShields, 2 from Odor. He's currently in the hole. Andrews to follow Moreland. In and low, 2-1 on Mitch Moreland. 17th round pick of the Rangers back in 2007. Two.
That fastball pretty much had the middle of the plate, and Moreland fortunately swung under it.
What do you think Carlos goes here with a lefty on 2-2?
I'd love to see him bury a slider. Navarro just in the game, going through a new set of signs with Desmond at second base. His put-away slider is very difficult if he keeps it low and away, where left-handers have a hard time checking their swing. Moreland, who was fanned 19 times.
Two and two will have to wait. He had 23 homers last year, but he also had a lot more infield fly balls last season than he did the year prior. More fly balls in general. 2 and 2 with one out.
That was his slider, but Moreland was able to stay alive.
Looked like Navarro wanted it much more outside than he got it.
He got the outer third. He wanted just off the plate outside.
He struck him out.
Got him down and out of the strike zone. That was a fastball, and he is knocking at the door, but he won't get to 100 pitches as Robin making the slow walk out. He already pointed to the pen. That's the last pitch Carlos is going to throw, and he fans Moreland to leave it to 2 outs here in the 7th. And so Carlos, coming back off the worst performance of his career, albeit a very young career, gets a standing ovation from a very appreciative U.S. Cellular Field crowd, and well deserved. As he disappears into the dugout and Jake Petrichka comes in the game, we'll step out and be back after these messages. Effort today, and he had everything working. In the big man, Prince Fielder, an easy 3-1 put out. Then his put-away slider was right where it had to be, shaving off the inside corner as well as the outside corner. Then he finishes up with a good fastball, and Moreland goes down on strikes. So now it'll be Jake Petrichka against Elvis Andrus, on for the 7th time, 1.35 ERA. Opponent's hitting a very paltry 190, and he inherits the go-ahead run at second base in the person of Ian Desmond.
His opponent, Elvis Andrus, who for now will get a chance to bat as Desmond scampers back in. Petrichka last year, in terms of inherited runners allowed to score, just 16%, 5 out of 31 for the season. That'll get you a steak dinner or two from your starters.
It was a very good year for Jake.
He's got the right-hander Andrus here, then the lefty Odor to follow, and the catcher Holiday in case it gets that far. Sox are hoping it ends with Elvis.
That's all Jake is on for is Elvis, because you'd have to figure Odor is going to hit for himself, and Zach Duke will come on if Andrews finds his way to first base.
Zach is ready. Two and 0. It's outside 3-0. Well, so far this year, the walk percentage is much higher for Jake than it has been in any previous year. It's 21%. 6 walks, 6 2/3 so far this season.
Andrews, despite not hitting a home run yet, has driven in 9, which is a pretty solid beginning for him.
(3-1). Jackson had him shaded. This ball carries and it's down. Andrews for third. The throw is not in time. 2-1 Texas.
That's run batted in number 10 for Andrews. He drives this ball into right field. It's a fastball over the middle of the plate. Austin gave it a long run. That's going to be the only man that Petrichka is going to face, as Robin taking the slow walk to the mound. So a 3-base hit, and the lead goes to the Rangers as Petrichka will leave. Duke will come in, and we'll step out and be back after these messages. A busy man, ERA 3.86, and he's got to face a tough left-hander.
Rougned Odor, after the Rangers just broke the tie with an Elvis Andrews triple. Odor takes strike one. Rougned Odor 4 for 17 against lefties this year. That is a foul ball off his body, 0-2. Well, the Sox will have the top of the order coming up in the 7th inning, so that gives them a chance to see the top of the card a couple of times before regulation ends. 0-2 from Duke. A little bit high. escaped with that pitch pretty well.
Left-handers have not been terribly kind to Zach Duke in the early going. He's got to get a little bit better location. He's gotten all the right-handers out he's been asked to get.
One and two from Duke. Abreu waits for it, and Zach Duke maneuvers out of the jam. But the Rangers get a run on the RBI triple with 2 down from Andrews. Eaton starts it after stretch time.
Around Major League Baseball.
Two on your score. Rangers with the lead over the Sox in the home 7th. Steve, Sox are trying to make a comeback out of this thing on a Saturday afternoon.
Well, Tony Barnett comes into the ball game on for the 8th time, and they're going to have to come back against the guy who gets the ball over the plate. As you can see, no walks, 5 strikeouts in 7 2/3. He has allowed 8 hits. He was a guy that was in need of a rest. Sat out of last night's game. Here he is today to protect a 1-run lead. So Lewis will leave with the lead. Unfortunately, Carlos Rodon, who walked Desmond, then the stolen base, then he gave way, and the Andrus triple is the difference in his game at this point.
So Barnett to Eaton to begin the home 7th. Hesitation in the delivery from Tony Barnett to Eaton, who's 0 for 3 with a couple of fly balls to left and a ground ball to second.
That certainly is a big part of the effectiveness of Barnett.
Feeds over a strike, 1-1. Sox got their only run in the 2nd inning on a Melky Cabrera homer. 1-1. Inside, nearly hit him. 2 balls and a strike for Adam Eaton.
Barnett from Anchorage, Alaska, played in Japan last year. Yakult Swallows, 41 saves as Nate Jones throws in the pen. 1.29 ERA. Tony Barnett, pretty impressive year anywhere.
Yu Darvish's current translator with the Rangers was actually overseas with that team with Tony Barnett.
Good way to scout pretty much any way you can is listen to the people that are currently employed by you.
Tony's no dope, by the way. He went from Anchorage to college at Arizona State. Close pitch.
There's a look at Alex Claudio loosening in the pen. He is a deceptive, if not overwhelming, left-hander. However, this year hasn't given up anything.
Eaton stays alive on a running fastball away. 3-2 for Adam.
Nice man to get on ahead of the thunder part of the order with Jimmy Rollins on deck.
Sox currently are one swing away from a tie game. 3-2 from Barnett. Pitch number 7. Foul.
Too close to take. That was borderline. It was up, it was out away, and Adam just wanting to stay alive. As you can see, Barnett pretty much all over the place, and that last pitch, no sense leaving in the hands of the umpire because it was close enough.
Shortstop Andrews. 1 down. Follow White Sox baseball live with the MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your smartphone and tablet. Adam displeased with the ground ball as Rollins comes up with 1 out and nobody on. Abreu next, Frazier after. Strike. One and one on Rollins, who walked to the first, grounded out in the third, and singled to right in the fifth. It's a nice pitch. 1-2. A lot of movement.
The ball dipped out of the zone, stayed in long enough to fool Jimmy.
One and two. Oh, Holiday has gotten roughed up behind the plate the first 2 games of this series.
That's a good habit to get into. Nobody on, so it's a no harm, no foul because the hitter didn't swing, but you might as well practice stopping it. That was a tough pitch to handle, and he did keep it in front of him, even though not affected by any base runners.
Second straight full count to start the inning for Barnett.
Little housekeeping by Chris Guccione.
Three and two. Rollins hits it to right on a line at Mazzara. 2 down.
Defensive charts on Mazzara are pretty interesting in that he's a very young player, yet he goes out much better than he comes in, which is contrary to just about every outfielder. Most young outfielders especially will play a little deeper because they're easily able to come in on everything. Not so Mazzara.
All right, so Jose Abreu, 2 for 19 on this homestand. 0 for 3 today. 0 for 6 in the series with a sac fly yesterday. Why is that about outfielders quickly? Why is that?
I just think it's a lot more natural when you're looking at a baseball and how it comes out to you to run forward. When you go backward, you're not getting near as good a look on the baseball normally, and if you're a young outfielder, you have to adjust to the various parks and wind currents and everything involved, and playing in different ballparks. Mazara has not been in this ballpark. So, you know, for him, and the way he's playing right now, he doesn't have to go back too far because he's respecting the power of Abreu. So both pens up and going.
Two strikes. Higher than high for Abreu. Strike three. Barnett navigates through the top third of the order. In order.
Game led by the Rangers. Carlos Rodon, brilliant through 6 2/3, just 2 walks. The last one costing him a run. 7 strikeouts. He threw the ball well, and the Sox have left 8.
Brian Holiday, as he did last time, pops up on the first pitch. This one to Brett Lawrie. 1 out in the 8th. Well, Duke, who's gone 1 full inning his last 3 outings after not having any full innings in his first 7 appearances, looks like he's set up to go an inning and a third today. He's got the righty to Shields, then the lefty Mazara. If he can get to Shields, we set him up for a possible 1-2-3 inning, with the final out being a left-handed batter.
Kind of surprised. There's a couple guys on this team that will bunt a lot. One of them is Shields. He's got good speed. The other we haven't seen bunt at all, and that's Andrews. He's a good bunter. He can either drag it or push it. We haven't seen that in evidence, even though he was up in the lineup last night hitting in the 2 spot.
Why not let him bunt last time so he doesn't hit that RBI triple?
That would have been a nice choice, but nope. That's why Jeff Bannister was the AL Manager of the Year last year. Decisions like that.
1-1. Now 1-2. Duke reaches back for 88 against DeShields.
That Honda game summary, by the way, was brought to you by the Honda Dream Garage Sales Event, now at your Honda dealer.
Not to be confused with the Sox garage sale coming up next month.
You know, many more interesting things, a variety of things at the garage sale, and it's free admission.
Yes. 2-2. Now 3-2 on DeShields, who walked last time up in the 6th against Rodon. Zach, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts this year. Frazier has to hustle. No play. Nothing you can do about that one.
Now you can see that he is coming in, but this is just a swinging bunt. Laid down in a perfect spot. DeShields with very good speed, and wisely, the only thing that Dodd can do is get it back to Zach Duke.
It's up to Mazzaro, who is 0 for 3 against Rodon after 2 strikeouts, one in the first and that last one in the 6th, with a line out to second in between.
Interesting to see if they get a right-hander up with Beltre coming up next.
Adrian Beltre 0 for 3 against Rodon, but get a look at Duke here, possibly with a double play still in the cards as well. Outside, 2-0 on Mazzara.
This is where the lefty-lefty advantage evens out. However, Duke has a lot of experience. Let's see if he chooses the fastball or something a little bit off speed.
Zach Putnam, who we saw yesterday, starting to get loose in that bullpen for the Sox rather rapidly.
Putnam through the 9th inning, gave up a hit, and that was it. Here's a look at Zach.
Two and one from Duke. Rollins ranging backward. 2 outs. A little time killer coming up here for the Sox. Trip to the mound.
But we'll see what the intention is of Robin. Looks like, at least for the moment, he's leaving him in.
Duke against Beltre. And a throw to first. Don Cooper, line 1. Don Cooper, line 1.
I think he wants to know if Putnam's ready to go.
This is the first time Adrian Beltre has ever faced Zach Duke. Isn't that surprising?
It is.
Both been around a while. DeShields at first. And a look there.
Outfield straight away and very deep all the way around. Jennings has joined Putnam.
Now Beltre, then fielder, and you have to assume that's why Jennings is there as well. He has hit some foul balls with vapor trails on him today.
That went just over the dugout off to the right.
The second player active in games played in Major League Baseball currently, Adrian Beltre, the 37-year-old third baseman for the Rangers with 2 out. Rollins at shortstop is back. It's over his head. DeShields is into third, and first and third with 2 out for Fielder.
Adrian doesn't get a whole lot of it. This is in on his hands, but he's able to muscle out to center field. So that is going to be it for Zach Duke. He's going to depart with runners at the corners. Still a 1-run ball game. Rangers lead 2-1.
Dan Jennings, Zach Putnam both there. Fielder, the left-hander, on the way. And
don't leave him in.
Zach Duke will stay. Prince Fielder has 41 career at-bats against Zach Duke. He has 14 hits, 2 doubles, 4 homers. Low, ball 1. DeShields at third, Beltre over at first. 6th batter for Zach Duke. Huge rip.
Threw him a slider and stayed on top of it. Not his normal sidearm slider.
Outside 2-1 on Fielder. Ian Desmond, who has scored both Ranger runs today, is on deck. Petrichka faced 1 batter. That was Andrews with the RBI triple. Then Duke has come in and shouldered the bullpen burden here in the 7th and 8th for the Sox. 2-1. Strike called, just plucked the outside corner.
Fielder not very happy with Chris Conroy on this one. Might be able to understand why. But to Chris, it came over the plate, a strike.
Where do you go here?
I try to do it the same spot.
Set up outside. There it is. Got him. Good calls, Tony. Bottom 8 next. 2-1 Rangers.
Clutch pitching on the part of Zach Duke. Sweeping slider, low and away, off the plate, but too close to take, and it's out of the inning, preserving the one-run deficit.
And the Rangers have gone deeper into the bullpen here in the 8th inning to face the heart of the order for the Sox.
Sam Dyson comes on. Sam is 27 years old, out of Tampa, Florida. Got a good sinker. There you look at the numbers, on for the 9th time, and he's been pretty tough. When he is right, and he's been right quite a bit this year, he throws a lot of ground balls.
Rangers got him on deadline day last year from the Marlins, and he fires ball 1 to Frazier, who, if you'll recall, homered 2 days ago against the Angels in the series finale in the 9th inning. Jammed him left side, and this is foul, 1-1.
I don't think Texas could believe how good Dyson could be last year, because when he came over, he was 3-3 with Miami. ERA in the mid-3, 3.68, on for 44 appearances. When he came to Texas, all of a sudden everything just fell into place. 2-1 record, a 115 earned run average in 31 appearances. Didn't walk too many people, just 6 of them, while fanning 30 in 31 and a third innings. Those are pretty strong numbers.
2-1 from Dyson. So Barnett, 1 full inning, no base runners and a strikeout in back of Colby Lewis, who's in line for the win for the Rangers, trying to go 4-0 his last 4 starts here at U.S. Cellular Field. 2-1 to Frazier. That's low, 3-1.
Here you just look fastball. You're not going to look for a slider because it's pretty tough to hit. You just have to make sure that he keeps it up, because he's a sinker baller.
3-1. Frazier hits it well. Deep left. We are tied. Oh, he did it again late in the game.
Home run number 5. He's driven in 9. He got that fastball. He got it up, and he rode it out. So when a sinker baller gets the ball up, it's a trouble zone for him. And Todd Frazier has seen to it that Carlos Rodon can't lose, that Colby Lewis can't win. And a very excited and very appreciative Sox dugout.
2-2 tie. Ball 1 to Melky Cabrera, who's 3 for 3.
One of the characteristics of this team that doesn't score often is they do score late. And by scoring late, you either put a little more daylight between the ball club and the opposition, or you get yourself back into games.
Melky wanted to give the Sox the lead right there.
Take a look at the location of this one. He got it up. First 2 pitches in, second 2 pitches down, third pitch up and out, and a no-doubter into the pen.
Melky scraped that off the dirt, 1-2 on Cabrera.
Well, now the shadows have started to creep across home plate. So everybody in bright sunshine except for Melky.
What does that do for pitcher and hitters?
At this point, nothing, because it's not that drastic, because it's just the light standard. It's not the entire upper deck, as it will be probably in another 10 minutes or so.
Outside 3-2 for Melky Cabrera.
And whatever it was, the vision was just right for Todd Frazier.
Outside ball 4. A thriving rally in the 8th for the Sox.
A perfect day kept intact by Melky. And it leaves it up to one of the guys that came through with a huge hit in the 6th inning. A 3-run 6th yesterday. That was Brett Lawrie.
How rare is that home run that Frazier hit off of Dyson? In 137 career innings in the majors, Dyson had allowed 7 home runs.
Well, sinker baller normally keeps the ball in the ballpark. But like every pitcher, when you make a mistake, it's a problem. And now Todd Frazier just called back Avi Garcia from the on-deck circle and had a couple of words for him. And what he's telling him is just exactly what the ball looks like and how it moves from Dyson. So that's a veteran player knowing that a young player is having some problems, called him back, gave him the benefit of what he just saw in his at-bat. We'll see how it works out for Avi when he comes up after Brett Lawrie.
A bunt off the plate and rolling foul.
Wise choice by Holliday. As soon as that ball hit the first time, you know it's going to pick up spin off the plate, and it very rarely, if ever, spins forward. So knowing that he's not going to be able to make the play, and he certainly doesn't want to see Melky at second, he lets it bounce one time. He picks up the spin and moves foul.
Still bunt on 0-2?
No, I do not. And you're talking about a man that desperately loves the bunt, but not in this situation.
1 on. Nobody out. 0-2. Dyson to Lawrie. Right side. Odor. 1 away. Well, Avi Garcia played hero on opening weekend here at U.S. Cellular Field with a huge 3-run homer against Cleveland. He is 0 for 3 today with a ground out, a fly out, and a strikeout.
But with the movement of the fastball by Dyson, with the sink and the run moving into a right-hand hitter, you would think that that's where he would go with Avi, and quite possibly that's what Frazier talked to him about.
Almost hit him. Worth mentioning as well, the Sox with the injury earlier to Alex Avila, who came up lame on a ground ball in the 6th inning, have no lefties on the bench. Navarro had to come in to catch, so Tyler Saladino, Jerry Sands, the only 2 available pinch hitters if they were to try that at some point, and they're both right-handed. Melky's not attempted a steal this year. That does get him.
Well, you figure he was going to work him inside. The first one almost hit him. The second one did hit him, putting the go-ahead and potential winning run on second base. He tries to run this inside, and it gets way in off what appeared to be either the forearm or the wrist of Avi.
So 2 on, 1 out for Deoner Navarro, who has yet to hit so far this afternoon.
Doug Brocail out to the mound to have a talk with Holliday and Dyson.
Frazier led it off with a solo homer in a game in which the Sox have stranded the bases loaded twice. They are in position for a come-from-behind 8th inning win this Saturday afternoon.
And here's Deoner Navarro, who was just sitting around thinking about playing tomorrow, perhaps. Actually, probably no doubt. And now he finds himself right in the middle of what could be a dramatic comeback.
Sam Dyson to Deoner Navarro. Down low, a ball, no strikes.
So unlike Avi Garcia, who should have expected the ball inside and got it there a couple of times, Deoner should expect the ball away. That is the natural spot for Dyson unless he's thrown a breaking ball.
You know, it's interesting you say that because the shift on for Navarro is dramatically to pull on the infield.
Well, they believe he's going to roll over the top of that fastball away. If Navarro can shoot it into left center field, he'll have a base hit. As you can see, the big one, the solo home run by Todd Frazier, tying it up.
1-1 on Navarro. That's low as well. 2-1. Austin Jackson is next.
Tough to get a huge lead out at second base for Melky because Elvis Andrus is absolutely playing right behind him.
2-1. Navarro to center field. Melky waved around by Joe McEwing and no throw. The Sox take the lead for the first time today. And Deoner did it.
Big at bat for Navarro, who got one up and out over the plate. And Deoner drives in just his second run of the year. That fastball started to drift out over the plate, even though it's 96. Navarro able to turn on it, taking it right into right center field. No chance at all for DeShields, who really can't throw very well. Even if he could, there was no way in the world you're going to get Cabrera at the plate. Runners at the corners trying to look for some more.
How about this, Steve Stone? A home run, a walk, a pop-up, a hit batter, and a single.
That's going to change the complexion of that bullpen, I believe.
Cue David Robertson, you'd assume. Jackson a bunt, first base side. Moreland home. The tag is there.
Mitch Moreland is a very good defender, and he was charging as soon as he saw that Jackson was going to lay down the bunt. Then it got a little sketchy at the plate. The bunt's a bit harder than he'd want. Moreland right there gets something on the throw, was a pitcher in high school. And as you can see, Holiday able to put the tag on Avi before he can get his hand on the plate.
Well, after that triple play yesterday, the Rangers don't need any more two-to-tango plays.
Now, that was just good, solid defense. And the ball bunted too hard.
So 2 on, 2 out. And Eaton the batter. Mitch Moreland entering the season the 4th active first baseman in fielding percentage in Major League Baseball, behind only Teixeira, Goldschmidt, and Davis.
And surprisingly, you just don't hear a lot about his defense. He's always been a powerful left-hand hitter. You heard that he can hit it a mile. He can hit a lot of home runs if he gets the opportunity. But defensively, he is one of the best.
0-1 for Eaton. Up the middle, into center, base hit. Navarro coming home. The throw is waiting for him. So the Sox get 2 runs. They take the lead. 3-2. Can they shut her down in the 9th?
An official White Sox debit card available only at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/White Sox to learn more. Wintrust Community Bank, member FDIC. In a 3-2 ball game, David Robertson coming on to try to run his streak to 7 for 7. 6 games, 6 saves, giving up nothing, 2 hits and 6 1/3 with a walk and 6 strikeouts. And he's going to face the middle of the order. And this lineup is filled with very good hitters, which the Sox pitching so far is pretty much held down.
This is not rainbows and butterflies here. Desmond, Moreland, and Andrews, who have been involved in both of the runs today for the Rangers. They're only 2 of the series. Robertson, who's faced 21 batters this season, has retired 18 of them.
He's been something special, and this is a particularly tough 9th. He does have one advantage, and that is that the light standard and the shadows are moving out closer to him, as well as the hitter being completely obscured in the shadows.
One and one for Desmond, who homered earlier. It's 2-1 now on the former shortstop, who walked and scored in the 7th to give the Rangers a very brief, transient 2-1 lead. That's a nice pitch. 2-2 from Robertson.
Ian Desmond has faced him a grand total of 1 time and was not successful. If David keeps getting that call that he got on the 4th pitch, he won't be successful here.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Robertson steps off. Two. He's missed twice with that pitch outside. 3-2.
Desmond has the stolen base in this one, so he can run as well as show some power.
Usually a very free swinger. 3-2 on Desmond. Checked his swing, ball low, and Desmond did not go. Leadoff walk in the 9th.
Trying to wipe him out with a curveball, but he was able to check it up.
So it's up to the left-hander Mitch Moreland, who hit 23 homers for the Rangers last year.
Outfield very deep and straight away.
Ball 1.
That was pretty close, and David certainly wanted it. Chris Conroy said it was off the plate. Moreland 3 for 5 lifetime against Robertson, so he's had some good luck.
Moreland 0 for 6 in the series. Desmond at first, the tying run. That's a strike. Clip the corner. 1-1.
Well, I think he took one away on the first pitch, evened it up on the second pitch, and no harm, no foul. It's 1-1.
Low. 2-1 on Moreland. 3 balls and a strike. David Robertson had walked 1 batter in 6 1/3 before today's game started.
Well, it was a pretty good idea that he's going to get a fastball. You have to hope that he can induce Moreland to pull it to the right side. He's fairly close to the plate. And we'll take a look. Looks like going to be a fastball away. He wants him to roll over it.
3-1. We'll do a payoff pitch.
Few pitches away, few pitches down.
Alabama versus Mississippi State right here. 3-2. Robertson to Moreland. Strike 3, throw to second, into center field. Desmond gets to third.
It was a perfect pitch, and unfortunately Jimmy Rollins could not corral it at second base. But Desmond's going to get the steal. It's going to be E2. Had a good pitch to throw. Desmond just got a great jump. Looking back this time, he's got to see if there's contact.
So now Elvis Andrus has a chance for a productive out to tie the game.
He's a terrific bunter, and that's one of the things that they're talking about.
That's just the 3rd error of this homestand in 6 games for the Sox, and it may be costly.
Infield in at all 4 positions.
Boy, Frazier's pretty well back at third for a possible bunt here. Swinging away, Andrus. Austin Jackson. Desmond tags. The throw to the plate is not in time or tied.
Doubtful if he'd have had him anyway, but Austin juggled the ball. And in that step or step and a half that it took, the game is tied. So the stolen base, the error, the fly ball, and you'll see Austin Jackson getting set up to throw it. But right here, he juggles it, and those that step and a half to 2 steps, that's all it took.
So how big now is the play by Moreland off the bunt from Austin Jackson? Ball low to Odor.
Andrus just looking for 1 pitch up, and he got it, his 2nd sacrifice fly.
That wrapped around the zone. 2-0. Two balls and a strike on Odor, who singled back in the 3rd, struck out and grounded out. 2-2. Well, David Robertson got behind a couple hitters here in the 9th inning, and the Rangers did enough to scratch one across. 2-2. Left side and through. The Rangers aren't done here in the 9th.
This is a perfect situation for Odor to take off. He's 2 for 2 in stolen bases.
Holiday 0 for 3. He has been a first pitch swinger the last 2 times up, and he's put them both in play. Odor thought about going, held up, and a strike to Holiday. Nothing in 2 on Brian Holiday. With DeShields on deck, the Sox would rather make him wait for either extras or tomorrow.
Well, twice. Odor has making a fake break at first base. That stops your momentum. Either go or don't go, and I would assume he's going to be going here.
There he goes. Pitch is high. Navarro does not throw.
0-2 is a great pitch to run, and that's exactly what he did, in easily without a play. So 2 stolen bases this inning. He's now 3 for 3.
This will do it, but the Sox have a little more work to do. Bottom 9, Rollins, Abreu, and Frazier. Now we're suddenly at 3-3 in the home ninth, Steve Stone.
And it's time to put one on the board and put away these Rangers. And Tom Wilhelmsen, who came on yesterday. Wilhelmsen threw an inning. He walked 2 in that inning. I remember him with the Seattle Mariners, now toiling out of the bullpen for the Rangers. And the ball game is squarely in his hands. So Dyson with an inning, a couple of runs on 3 hits. He is not going to be charged with the loss in this one, as the Sox, who have had a penchant for scoring late, trying to put this one away late.
Wilhelmsen has walked 5 and struck out 1 this year. He's had 2 outings where he's given up 5 earned runs. Sox only need 1. Rollins first. Might be one of those guys you have to wait out.
Well, the control wasn't there yesterday. So if he didn't find it overnight, it might be good to work the count.
Center field, DeShields coming on. It's down. Leadoff single, Jimmy Rollins.
That's 2 hits for him. And he represents the winning run. Doesn't get a whole lot of this one. It's a fastball. It's down the middle, hits it off the end of the bat. Fortunately, dumping it in front of Delino DeShields.
Two hits on the homestand for Abreu. He can play hero today. Looked like Frazier did. Looked like Navarro did. Who will it be? Wilhelmsen to Abreu. Ball 1.
Wilhelmsen is slow to home plate. So that's something to bear in mind with Rollins getting a good lead at first. Beltre is way back and over toward the line at third.
Right side, Moreland had to dodge Darryl Boston.
Yeah, that was the toughest part of the play, is get around Darryl, who's a big man. And as soon as that ball drifted off to the right side, he had to beat a hasty retreat as Moreland was trying to run through him.
One and one. Nobody likes the pickoff play in the 9th inning. In the ballpark. Rollins is off. Abreu swings through it. Throw to second is not in time. Into short right center. Rollins safe at third.
Certainly a good call by Robin Ventura. And he's going to now send him back to first base. What's he going to do?
Rollins going to have to go back to first, and Robin wants an explanation. Was the pitch tipped? Or did Abreu make contact with Holiday on his swing?
Watch it again as
well, they made contact with the leg. He hopped out of the batter's box, but Holiday was already throwing. So Rollins back to first on a bizarre play. And that is ball 2.
And unfortunately, he faked going that time. Would have been a great pitch to run because the ball was in the dirt. So what looked like a runner at third and nobody out is a runner back to first.
You see that a lot, don't you, Steve? That interplay at the plate.
Yeah, you do, and sometimes, and most of the time, it's not called.
2-2. Rollins at first, still nobody out. Touched foul.
Well, the one thing with Wilhelmsen, he hasn't gotten any quicker to home plate. So with that long, he's a big man, and with that long, slow delivery, it might not be that difficult to steal a bag, assuming Jimmy can get off to a good start.
Big lead, and fortunately the throw was offline.
Yeah, he was leaning towards second base. Wilhelmsen tried his best move to first, and if this throw was on the bag, he got him. You see the false step, but the throw is high and away to first base. And Moreland, who had to come all the way down to make the tag, couldn't get it there in time.
Ninth inning on the margins right here. 2-2. Another throw to first. Could have been runner at third. Instead, off the interference at the plate, Rollins remains at first. Sox took the lead in the home eighth. Rangers tied it in the top of the ninth. This the last of the ninth. 2-2 for Abreu. Fouled away.
I would think after a fastball that he tried to bury in on his hands, he'd be going to the breaking ball away, and that would be the ideal pitch to run. So if you're thinking along with Robin, he might be thinking about sending Jimmy Rollins right here, anticipating the breaking ball. It's going to be a sinker, actually, from Wilhelmsen. That one not even close.
Robin testing out his late inning whistle. It'll be a seventh pitch to Abreu.
Here's the pitch to run because here's the breaking ball.
Check swing. And Abreu hangs on. You send Rollins here, we'll find out. Could be two. Andrus, Odor. A lot of chances.
Becomes a fairly routine 6-4-3. Although Odor caught it with his bare hand through it. Now it's up to Todd Frazier,
who homered in the eighth inning to tie the game. Ball one. Sox in the eighth inning made the final out at home plate on an Adam Eaton single. Deoner Navarro thrown out at the dish. Breaking ball for a strike to Frazier, with the Rangers seeing the top of the order on the way if we do get to the 10th inning.
Nobody up in the pen for the Rangers, and Nate Jones up in the pen for our Sox. It's Wilhelmsen against the world, so if Todd can stay alive, turn it over to Melky, who's had a big day. Sox could be in business.
Strike two. You know, if this game goes deeper than the home ninth, the Rangers have utilized fewer of their back-end bullpen guys. They have the closer Tollefson still available, the left-hander Diekman as well, of their front-line relievers for Jeff Bannister. 2-2 to Frazier. Well hit, deep right. Todd Frazier has it robbed by Mazara. And we play on. My goodness. Tenth and Nate Jones on.
Nate's been throwing it pretty well. On for the 9th time. His ERA 1.17.
That pitch doesn't count.
And a timeout called. There you look at what he's done. 7 strikeouts in 7 2/3 with only the 1 walk.
There have been so many watershed plays in this game, it is hard to count. But recently, working backward, remember Jimmy Rollins was at first, stole second and reached third on an error. However, he was called back to first on interference by Abreu with Holiday, the catcher, on his throw. As this pitch is grounded to Rollins at shortstop, he's got a hustle. And he realized that as he was chucking it on to first. He's got 1 out here in the 10th.
One of the guys gets out of the box as quickly as anybody on the team is Delino DeShields. But he is an out, and here's the man. And the reason why we're still here, Mazzara went up over the wall, taking a home run away from Todd Frazier. If he's not 6'4", if he's 6'1", this probably isn't made. It's a high slider. It's out away, and Todd Frazier thinks it's got a chance, and it does. Perfect timing by Mazzara, and he brings it back, albeit with a snow cone.
Todd was getting ready to go into the trot. Ball and no strikes on Mazzara. 1-1. So Robertson, 1 inning, 1 hit, 1 run. A walk and 2 strikeouts. Adrian Beltre next. Sox playing their first extra inning game of the season. Rangers are 0-1 in extra innings. They lost at Seattle. back on the 13th 10 days ago. Two and two to Mazara. High and away, 3-2.
Adrian Beltre has faced Nate Jones twice. He's 2 for 2. One of those leaving the park. And he's faced Prince Fielder 5 times. He's 2 for 5 against him. So the next couple of batters after Mazara have been awfully tough.
Base hit for Mazara. 1 on, 1 out. Well, the Sox in the 8th inning got 2 runs to take a 3-2 lead. Frazier homered. Deanna Navarro eventually drove in Melky Cabrera. And there's Phil Klein getting loose for the Rangers. Might see Tollison warming if they do take the lead.
That's probably the game plan.
That single for Beltre went to center field against Zach Duke in the 8th. Inside. If not for Barry Bonds in 2004, Beltre would have been the National League MVP. He was second place to Bonds. Foul of third, 1-1.
Stan Jennings loosening up in the pen.
So Jennings, Albers, Putnam, and Johnson, the 4 available pitchers remaining for the Sox, who are carrying an extra pitcher now with J.B. Shuck down in Charlotte. Beltre went up to get it. Eaton in, Laurie back. Foul ball.
Very tough play because Adam Eaton is way back in right field, and a long run for Brett Laurie, so he gives way and nobody can get to it. Beltre has another life, giving him one more chance to ground into a double play where you don't have to face Fielder.
That is the ideal situation here. Prince 0 for 4 today. 3 of those against lefty Carlos Rodon.
And Beltre has grounded into 2 double plays this year.
Set up outside, 1-2.
Beltre grabs it. I was looking for one of our guys to pick that one up before it could spin back. Once it hit the grass on the foul side, it's not spinning back off the grass. Sometimes do it off the dirt.
Well, we always said Adrian Beltre was a self-starter. That was a self-play ender.
He has a lot of joy for this game, and you can see it on his face all the time.
1-2 from Jones. Stabbed by Navarro, who's in for Alex Avila, who was injured running the bases back in the 6th inning. Mazara at first. Beltre goes down.
That slider, even though it's over the plate, it's 88 miles an hour, and with the visibility like it is, you can't pick up the spin. Beltre, in a big strikeout, goes down on strikes.
So it's up to Prince Fielder, last year's AL Comeback Player of the Year, who is 0 for 4 today and 2 for 8 in the set. You can hear that glove pop.
good acoustics because he is popping Navarro's glove. That one at 96. He can get it up there 98, 99, and on the good days he might reach triple digits.
Off the plate. Ian Desmond, who has scored all 3 Ranger runs, is on deck. One from Jones.
Casual reminder toss to first base. Not much of a lead at first for Mazzara.
Laurie gets down on it. That was Crawford-esque. Bottom 10. Cabrera, Laurie, Garcia. Can we go home? After 8, and we're tied after 9 today. What will the end result be? We'll find out as the Rangers dip into the bullpen once again.
For the second time in as many days, we're going to take a look at Phil Klein. He was on yesterday for an inning and a third. He gave up a couple of hits. He came on in relief of Perez in the 6th inning.
He will face Melky Cabrera, who has reached base all 4 times this afternoon. Ball 1.
Klein didn't throw real hard yesterday. He does have a pretty good slider. Tries to sink it if he can keep it down.
One and one on Melky Cabrera, who homered in the 2nd, singled twice after that, then walked and scored in the 2-run 8th inning for the Sox. Again, we told you Melky top 10 in Major League Baseball in contact rate on his swings. He only misses about 8% of the time. Very good 2-strike hitter.
That time he went way up and out of the zone and retired for the first time today.
One down for Brett Laurie.
See the location of this one. You see where Holiday wants it. Up, up, and away.
Thank you, Superman.
Unfortunately, That's where it was.
Laurie 1 for 3 with a walk and a strike taken there. In the 9th inning, the Sox had a leadoff single from Jimmy Rollins, and with Jose Abreu up, Rollins left first. He stole second and reached third on an error, but that did not happen according to the official box score because the umpires ruled interference at the plate as Laurie goes down swinging, and Klein is throwing daggers here in the 10th.
He's also throwing pitches way up and out of the zone, and so far neither Melky nor Brett could lay off of it.
So here's Avi, who was hit by a pitch in prolonging that rally in the 8th.
Then got thrown out at the plate on a suicide that was well defended.
The Sox look like they have taken to the idea that one swing could end this game.
Well, actually a pretty good pitch. It was 88 miles an hour, and it was on the inner third. Wasn't quite the drastically inside pitches that Avi's been seeing lately.
0-2. Desmond, Moreland, and Andrews if we get to the 11th for the Rangers. Fourth reliever on for the Rangers. Barnett went 1, Dyson 1, Wilhelmsen 1, and now Klein looking to make it a 1-2-3 inning. He does. How about 11 on a Saturday afternoon at the Yard?
Familiar role as he's on in the top of the 11th. That's been brilliant. On for the 9th time. He's given up nothing, 5 holds. Opponents hitting just .207. And with 1 walk and 6 strikeouts in those 8 2/3, he'll have to continue his 2 scoreless streaks. 1 in scoreless appearances, the other in scoreless innings. And the sinker of Matt Albers has been something to behold. It's gotten better and better.
Well, the bullpen entering play today at a 1.55 ERA. Allowed a couple runs here this afternoon. Just 10 earned runs for the season in the first now 18 games. The 11th inning is right around the time we tell you that Class A Winston-Salem got a cycle yesterday at the Sox organization. Ball 1 to Desmond.
Would that be a team cycle or would that be an individual?
It was an individual. It was Gerson Montilla, who was 4 for 6. You got to have 4 to have a cycle. First player in Dash franchise history to hit for the cycle, the former Warthogs. It's outside 2-0 on Ian Desmond, who has some explaining to do to the Sox today. 3 runs scored, a homer, 2 walks, and a strikeout. So you see their 28 consecutive scoreless appearances for Albers. Where
a delayed call, and it was a really good pitch.
Whoa. Leadoff walk.
Well, 2 stolen bases for Desmond so far, and both of the times he wound up scoring.
You think Matt crosses up the umpire a little bit, Albers, with the movement on the fastball?
I'm not sure exactly. That just was not a particularly good call by Chris Conroy, who has had a good day behind the plate. Now you got to deal with a couple of real tough hitters. Chris Gucciani, excuse me.
So Moreland first. He is 0 for 4 with 2 groundouts and 2 strikeouts. 2 that would look great right here on a possible double play as a throw to first from Albers on Desmond. Five in a row out of the zone. Elvis Andrus, who's driven in the last 2 runs for Texas, is on deck. Two and 0.
There is Elvis. Who, after grounding out to short a couple of times, has made the most of his last 2 at bats.
Laurie, second for 1. Oh, what a stab! Woo!
A 1-hop rocket off the bat of Mitch Moreland. Right back in the grass. Laurie able to make the play. And Moreland hustling down the line. Jimmy could not get it out of the glove. That's a double play that got away after just an unbelievable short hop grab by Brett Laurie. So Moreland is gone. Alberto taking over to pinch run.
So they do have some speed there with Hanser Alberto. Andrus tripled in a run in the 7th. Sac fly in the 9th. You said it, he's got some bunting skills. He takes ball 1.
Because he's so good to either side, you've got to always watch it, not only at third base, but up that right side.
For Alberto at first base, his career high in steals came in 2012 in the minors. He had 24 that year. Just 6 in 122 combined games between AAA and the Rangers last year. It's low, 2-0 on Andrews with the left-hander Odor to follow. The only strike Albers has thrown in this inning, at least according to the umpire Guccione, was the ball in play from Moreland.
Well, Matt's throwing the ball in the zone. He's had a couple of pitches that could have easily been called, and they weren't.
This one he gets. Despite the Emmy Award-winning performance from Andrews.
All three pitches have had a piece of the plate. Yet, as you can see, first pitch, well, might have gone either way, but it had it. The second pitch was right there, and third pitch, he got.
If you're looking ahead, which why wouldn't you be, to the 11th inning, Navarro, Jackson, Eaton for the Sox. Alberto was off. This is foul, 2-2.
Pretty good first step quickness for Alberto, although I think gone are the days where he was just a flat out burner.
Two and two. Albers just missed.
I'm sure that Leonard Navarro is fairly speechless with that last call. Take a look again where this shows up. The number 5 will pop up. It's a perfect pitch. Absolutely a perfect pitch.
Man, that extra run looked like it caught the corner.
I don't think Don Cooper can believe it, because his very talented right-hander has hit the strike zone with most of his pitches this inning, and he hasn't gotten the benefit of any of the calls.
By pitch tracks, all 5 are strikes. With one out, Alberto runs. Fister back to Albers. How about it? The Karma Police have apprehended another.
On a soft little looper right back at him. Inside fastball. Albers gets it, just flips it to first because he realized that with the runner almost standing on second base. And Matt, just a little, hey, how's the family? Chris Guccione behind the plate. A few pitches did not go his way, but he got out of the inning on the double play, throwing it much better than it would look like control-wise. And so a chance to win it late. It's going to be against yet another for these Texas pitchers. It's going to be the 6th. Used by their fine skipper. So Nick Martinez comes on. ERA lifetime 4.27, been 53 games, has yet to be called on to save any. Hanser Alberto has taken over Mitch Moreland's spot at first base.
Deoner Navarro takes ball 1. Sox still have 2 players on the bench, Saladino and Sands, as Martinez checks in for the Rangers on the mound.
I'm pretty sure we saw Martinez last year in a starting role. He was 7-7 his ERA, 3.96. He started 21 of his 24 appearances. He's not overpowering. And he's fallen behind 2-0.
Last time he threw was back on the 12th, 11 days ago with AAA Round Rock. He was starting down there.
Yeah, and you always think about when you haven't had a guy getting any innings on a regular basis, you always think about control. And he's missed with the first 3 high and away. And
taking all the way.
Way high and away.
Pitch runner here, Steve?
You can't. Unless you go to your emergency catcher.
Good point.
Because if those of you who weren't with us, Alex Avila was running to second base and actually tweaked a hamstring before he got to second, ran through the bag, was taken off, and Deoner Navarro, who it appeared had the game-winning hit in the 8th inning, is in the ball game, and he's at first base carrying with him the go-ahead and tying run and winning run. Tying run. No, we got to win this one, and so far 5 straight bad ones. So Holiday out. He wants to talk with Martinez, and at least for the moment, Jackson showed bunt. You either have to surprise Adrian Beltre, or he's probably going to get the force out at second. The reason being that Navarro doesn't run real well. You aren't going to bunt. A push bunt to the right side is probably favorable only because Alberto just came in the game.
That's what Austin did last time. This one gets away.
It either hit him or it did hit him. Because
Guccione says it hit him.
It hit him, yeah. It had one or the other. Either way, Navarro's standing on second base. Well, that's 6 straight bad ones on the part of Martinez, and this ball comes inside, gets a bit of the uniform. And I mean a small bit of the uniform. So now the winning run at second base. Now you bunt it at Beltre, if indeed you are bunting it.
Pros and cons of bunting here.
Not many cons as far as I'm concerned. But you got the middle of the order coming up. You got Rollins, Abreu. Before it gets there, you figure it's going to end. The only drawback is a bad bunt that you pop up.
First and second, nobody out. Up high.
One of the things I'm sure that's on Robin's mind is maybe this guy will never throw a strike, seeing as he last pitched a week and a half ago, and that in a starting role in the minor leagues.
The strike zone proving elusive for Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, you're not going to have him bunt here because it could very well be that Martinez won't find the zone. So everybody to the mound, Alberto to the mound, Andrews to the mound. And in the meantime, Martinez hasn't been close on any of the pitches. Stays not close.
taking all the way to the bank, you'd imagine, on 3-0. He gets the benefit.
Not really a great pitch. The movement takes it out of the zone. Holiday has to bring it back ever so gently, and he got the benefit of the call.
See if he makes him throw another one. 3-1. That's a better pitch.
Let's see where it shows up. I'm not thinking it's that much better, but yeah, maybe the outside part of the plate. And so Adam Eaton now staring a full count right in the face.
Navarro at second, Jackson at first. Outside, ball 4.
And a good non-bunt call by Robin, because he realized he got a guy on the mound that is having all kinds of problems with a plate that's moving every which way. So Jeff Bannister comes out. We've seen Doug Procale a couple of times, but when the manager comes out, he certainly wants to settle everybody down. And sometimes you play with a fifth infielder, and it could very well be that's the case.
There's going to be a full staff meeting. Ian Desmond
well,
is being
I think they're
in.
going to play with another infielder. That's why they're waving Desmond in. Then they'll put the other two outfielders in the gaps for Jimmy Rollins. And you'll go with an infield that has 5 men in it, 6 if you include the pitcher. And Desmond has to take that outfield glove. He's got to get his old infield glove. He played shortstop for the Nationals for a whole lot of years, and so he's very familiar with the infield.
Well, he's got to be thinking, I just put that away from the last decade. We'll see where the Rangers line up. Bases loaded, nobody out in a game the Sox trailed after 7 2-1. They scored 2 in the home 8th to lead 3-2. Rangers got a run in the top of the 9th, and the Sox threatened in the home 9th. But a batter's interference call at the plate changed the complexion of the inning, and here we are in the 11th with 2 walks and a hit batter.
And that was Steve Buechele, the coach, the last coach that had a word with Ian Desmond on what he wants him to do, where he wants him to play, and of course everybody in the infield is coming home with it. They're moving the outfielders to the point where they can throw out Navarro at the plate. That's the depth they play at.
So Desmond's playing shortstop, Andrews to the right of second base, and Rollins has a bunch of options to drive in the winning run.
And to make him throw a strike, however, because I think there's probably been one legitimate pitch in the zone this entire sequence for Nick Martinez.
That ball was low, foul ground, and it hits the tarp. Beltre gave it everything.
Oh, that was a big effort, because Beltre hit that tarp hard. He thought he had a shot at it. Long run, over the shoulder look. He sees where the tarp is, and he realizes he's going to get there just as the baseball does. A big effort.
Ball and a strike. 2-1. Navarro's the only one that matters. Fouled off. Walk, hit batter, walk. Now 2-2 on Jimmy Rollins. Martinez. 3-2. No more margin for Martinez. Second base, throw home, and they get one.
That ball was well out of the zone. Jimmy rolled over on it. And it's a 4-2 put out. Take a look where this one shows up. So for the moment at least, bases remain loaded. But this time there is an out.
So Austin Jackson the winning run over at third, and Abreu, who wrapped into a double play last time. Now 2 to the right side, 3 to the left on the infield. Martinez was not throwing strikes and still isn't.
The outfielders set up. The Shields in left center. Mazara in right center, both very shallow.
What will it take to end it?
Mazara's got a fairly good arm in right center field. Probably just a touch above plus.
Left side through! 5 infielders, nobody got there. Sox win!
That's RBI number 8. The first time that Jose is hit safely today. It ends the ball game in the bottom of the 11th. An ecstatic White Sox parade around the bases. A great way to end it.
Jose Abreu brings the Sox win number 12.
Took that ball right off the ground. We talked about run producers. Expanding that zone to drive home the run. That's what Abreu did. He goes down and gets it, drives it through the left side, and Beltre, who was in, and that's the real disadvantage with bringing everybody in, but you're forced to. He can't get to it. The winning run in the person of Austin Jackson.
You know, it's intriguing if they're playing back.
It's a double play.
It's double play.
But they couldn't really take that opportunity there as Jose ends it. Well, what a game it was today.
Trail in the 7th, lead in the 8th, tie it in the 9th. And through the firework residue, the Sox get the win. Todd Frazier joins us. Looked like you were going to be the hero. It's Jose. What's it like down there in that dugout right now?
Oh, it's exciting, man. It's just nonstop action. We don't give up. Jesus God, it was something special. You know, just coming in, we knew we had the last licks, and you know, Jose came through, and the guys saw the ball real well. So you know, we'll take these wins every day of the week.
Did you feel like you got enough to get it out of the ballpark?
I thought I did. The first one definitely. The second one I was a little iffy. It's like, God, they're playing no double. So the guy made a nice catch. You know, you tip your cap. You know, you can't get frustrated. You just know that your swing is right there where it needs to be, and just the way we go with it. So let's just keep battling.
Well, Todd, when you get into extra innings like that, what are you guys doing in the dugout when your teammates are out there offensively?
Basically anything. Me and Laurie sat in the same seat. We didn't. He got up and then he threw a strike. I said, "Get your behind back up here, man." So we're sitting down and, you know, some superstitious stuff. I'm never superstitious, but when it comes to extra innings, everything's out the bag. So just trying to find wins, and it was a great battle today, and couldn't ask for anything better. You know, let's do it again tomorrow.
You guys really have been grinding well. We'll let you go here, but you've been grinding so well, scoring late, and it means, you know, for us, 7th, 8th, 9th inning, and this time extra innings, but you guys seem to always either tack on a run or two or come back and take the lead late.
Yeah, we got to, and pitcher's been doing great, so we got to figure out a way to pick them up. We'll take 5-0 win every day, but when we have to do, you know, something like that, you know, let's do it. Let's grind. Let's get out there. You know, they're putting out their best pitchers, and, you know, you got to hit strikes. So we're seeing the ball pretty well, and we saw over 10 hits today, and let's keep that up and just keep pouncing on them, man. We're having some fun.
Will you settle for 4-3 today instead of 5-zip?
I'll settle for anything if we win, man.
Todd Frazier, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's Todd Frazier. Sox are winners, 4-3 in 11. Step aside and wrap it up from U.S. Cellular Field after this.